Oi! Welcome to my TED Talk. Hello. I'd like to run down an important list that I have prepared. Ahem. Okay. Where is it? What do I press? How do I do things? Innocent Alex! Oi! How are you doing? Oi! It's a Tiger Eyes here too. Tezuka, welcome back. Oi! Wait a second, I remember you, Tezuka. We were having such good anime discussions last night. Hey! Don't bonk me, you can't even see it yet. Kareem, welcome in. Nikki Rabbit, Ripsy's here. What? Ripsy, are you gonna join the cult today? Is that true? Oh boy. Oi! Welcome back to my room. Why am I wearing a cowboy hat? Ahem. I did not mean to wear a cowboy hat. Here's my list. I have created this listicle in my spare time. I have created a list of reasons to adopt me. Cute, likes snacks and cuddles. Those are three good reasons. Oi! Thank you. Thank you for the head pats. Oi. I'm back at it again with the streaming. Oi, the head pat timing. It's so cute. We can have more anime conversations. Nice. It's not like I want to have anime conversations with anybody. It's not like I really want to talk about anime and learn more. Not a chance. I already adopted you. You just don't know it. What? Are you the one that's been paying for all my cat food? Wait a minute. So next Lego build? Oh, I've been thinking about doing a Lego build. Should that be a reward? Cause I said reward pending down there, didn't I? Kareem, how are you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. Hey! Oh my gosh, Gonda! Thank you so much. Can we get some blankies? Oi!
2 years.
Oh my goodness. Gonda, thank you so much. 2 years. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it. It's been so long. Gonda. Oh my goodness. Thanks for sticking with this crazy catboy for all this time. Oi. Gonda, it's good to see you. Ooh. Welcome in. Look at all the blankies. Oh my goodness, that's almost too many blankies. Can there be too many blankies? Have we ever broken the blankie limit? Have we ever hit the ceiling of blankies? Has it ever happened? Oi, Anne's here. I was watching you play some Plate It Up. Oi, did y'all stop playing? Are you still playing games and you're actually in my chat? Hey, wait a second. Look at all the blankies. We need a blankies pyramid. I gotta make like a pyramid reward thing. You know, whenever you have like one emote, then two, then three, then two, then one, like that. You're not playing now? Oh, thank you for the head pats. Oh my goodness gracious. So cute. Another reason that he's not a furry. Exactly, not a furry. I want a redeem that pops up over my head that says not a furry. So that y'all can redeem that whenever you feel like I'm not a furry. Lobby's trying. No! It was broken. The pyramid could never survive. The pyramids of Giza have fallen. Beware. Who's trying to scare me? Cyberwolf. We're not playing a scary game, even though I was thinking about that. I was thinking about what kind of scary game we could play next. I want to be really scared. Oh, I want to be scared and pet. What did you just say, Braxis? So a redeem that'll never be got. Oh, really? You don't think that anybody would defend my non-furriness? Hey, Erica Donut, thank you for the prime. What the heck? Oi, Erica. I clicked the wrong button. Oi. Erica, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. You could have given that prime to anybody. You really could have. You could have given it to anybody, but you gave it to me. Thank you so much for the support. Ooh, so many head pats today. My hair's gonna get all tousled. I worked so hard to get this hair looking good today. And y'all are gonna head pat it into oblivion, and it's gonna be a mess. I'm gonna have to put like a product in my hair. I gotta fix it. All the blinkies and I go unnoticed. It's Kim. I noticed you. I'm sorry. You said, look, I don't even have to read it because I already read it. I was just waiting to respond to it because I'm ridiculous. I don't know why I put off responding to things. But Kim, I saw that you said not a friend with Click and not a furry. Listen, Click isn't a furry either. We're totally normal. You said not a furry. No wonder you befriended Click. Listen, Click befriended me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. That's OT's fault, okay? OT exposed me to that semi-furry. It's true. It's true. Is that Alistair emotes? Yes. More Alistair emotes. It's Blanky's chaos. All right. Now listen here. That's a lot of blankies. That's a lot of blankets. I think we're going to overheat. Too many blankets on the bed. Pedro's here. Oi, 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 oi. Yes, more burning, Alistair madness. The madness that is Alistair. Hey, thanks to him, I'm here. Yay! Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Listen, I deal with any amount of Click being cursed. Of course, I'm only teasing. I love Click. Click is one of the funniest people that I know. It's Blinky's chaos. Can I get a awa, awa? Awa, awa. The lip syncing is so bad. It's so bad. Okay, look. That's one way to convince me to turn back on my camera is for us to buy a Lego set. We need to have a Lego set to build. And then I'll set it up on a table and we'll build it together. That would be fun. You're trying to make an inverse pyramid. What? The inverse pyramid is whenever it starts big and it goes small and then big again. What's the cringe for? What are you cringing at, Anne? Excuse me? Excuse me? You keep those cringes to yourself? Alistair cringe. Oh my God. That's heinous. That is so wrinkly. Oh, that's too wrinkly. Anne, why did you draw it like that? Everybody look at that emote in chat. It's a lot. It's a lot to see. And it's a lot to know. Don't make me deconstruct the real you to prove you're not a furry. Wait, deconstruct the real me. Take off my hair. No, I don't want to be Egg anymore. Don't make me be Egg. I don't want to be Egg ever again. Unless, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great if I changed my hair and that's the reason why I haven't been showing my face? What if I look completely different? What if I turn on the camera and you don't even recognize me? What about that? I'm just saying. I've been hiding it for a good reason. Oh, there is a pyramid thing. A 3-width pyramid of Earl Cringe. Nice. Well done. You've done it. Now that's enough. Now that's enough. Lobby, that is such an obscene amount of emotes. I'll never be able to read through anything. Gone bald? Maybe. Maybe I am bald. If I was bald, nobody would know. Not yet. Egg Kenny. Finally, the egg update. Wait a second. I wanted to read what Say Much Nom Nom said. See, all this stuff is buried in blankies. It's not scary at all, but I'd like to watch the Earl of Suds play Disney Dreamlight Valley. Really? Really? I was looking at this game and it looks super... Is it okay to say that it looks boring? Is that okay to say? Because it does look boring. It looks like you build your houses and stuff and design characters. Like it looks like Sims. Is there an actual game in here? I actually haven't investigated this too much. I was actually watching a little bit of this earlier, and I was also watching Played It Up. Those were both games that I was thinking about. I was thinking about it. I don't know. What is this Disney Dreamlight game? What is this? Is this a game? Is this the meme of him looking at a butterfly? Is this a game? I thought that this was just like a house building sim, right? Isn't it? I think. You think that it could go well? I see Wally's in there. What the heck? You got goof. Okay, there's toys. There's Woody and Buzz here. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. I love that they're actual size. They're not big like in I think Kingdom Hearts. They're big. Yo, you got Merlin. You got Merlin, a little dancing, a little bit of magic. You got Mouse. I forget his name. Who else is in it? We got Medusa. Medusa's in here, and this guy. I forget what movie he's in. This might just be a player character, actually. Yeah, this might be like a player playing the game. I don't know. See, okay, this is another non-Disney character. I think that this is a customized character. Oh, you can get statues and stuff, take pictures of it. Is this actually a game? Is this a game? It has a story. Okay, all right, it's got a story. So you can actually play. What kind of game is it? Do you do like missions or dungeons or puzzles? What is the game? What's the game? I don't know why my voice went like that. I don't know why my voice is breaking. Champion of the Raven Queen, welcome in, welcome in. Oi, oi, oi. I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game. I was just looking at it. I swear I was just, look, it's $30. It's $30 for this game. How can this be a game? Who's playing this? Actually, a lot of people are playing this. This looks like maybe fun for people that like Sims, right? Kuya Cat is here. Hey, Kuya Cat, welcome in. Oi, oi, oi. $30. I know, right? $30 for a Disney ad. I mean, for a cool game, for a Disney Sim, sorry. Maybe when it goes on sale, it might go on sale. We'll see. We'll see. All right, I'm not gonna rip on this game too hard because I can see how this would be fun. Okay, okay. It looks like oh, never mind. It looks like I'm gonna keep up the rudeness. Thank you, Tayaki. How are you doing? You're here early. Nice. We got Tayaki at the very beginning. Heck yeah. That's the game. Sims meets Animal Crossing meets Stardew. Wait a second. Let me take notes. You said Stardew, huh? Now, Stardew is a game that I meow with. Now, that's a game. I do love some wait a second, what'd that say? Footage captured in engine. Work in progress. Okay, so this is actual engine graphics. Nice, nice, nice. Yo, you can be a toy. You can be a witch. Oh, it's got the frozen characters. All right, all right. Where's the Stardew in this game, huh? Where's the Stardew at? That's what I'm looking for. Where's it at? You're waiting for Harry Potter and Pokemon? Who? Harry Potter Pokemon? Hey, Linz is here. What's up, Linz? You're here early. Oi, oi, oi. Lindsay. Well, well, well. What have we got here? A little Disney game. And Linz is here to see it. Thank goodness. You wouldn't want to miss out on this. So you could date Disney characters. It's like Stardew. Okay, that's a good question. If you could date any Disney character that's in this game, who would it be? Also, QR Ow. How are you doing? What's up, QR? Oi, oi, oi. I haven't seen you in a little bit. How are you doing? And also, Eldritch Abomination is here. Thank goodness. We need all of our cult members here. I'm just waiting for them to show up. 10. Oh my goodness. XSN is 10. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you. Well, well, well. What are you up so early for? You're just chilling and playing Overwatch. Nice. Are you playing the first one or the second one? My roommates have been playing the second one a lot, and they love the updates and the new characters and stuff. You would date Scar? The evil lion? But it's a lion. But it's an actual lion. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't date a lion that's evil. That's ridiculous. I reject that answer entirely. That's forbidden. Wait a second. What if we did a tier list of hottest Disney characters? It's been a minute since we did that tier list. Maybe I should do a tier list of the hottest Disney characters. Yes, the dateability of Disney characters. That's what we need to do. We need to do it. I'm gonna make a tier list, and y'all can help remind me of characters that I didn't put in it. I love this. Okay, this is the new idea. The tier list of characters. Okay. I want to clear the current tier list so that we can do this. Oh, you're playing Overwatch 1. The second one doesn't come out till October. Oh yeah, it's open. It was betas. That's what it was. It was betas. Okay, I want to make a tier list. We're not going to do it today, but I'm going to allow people to submit things. Okay, I'm just going to open up tier list. Okay, I'm just going to remember to do that after stream. I'll totally remember. I'll even write it down. I'm going to say Disney characters. I'll post it for no good reason. I wrote it down right now. Excuse me. We're not doing it right now. But anyway, this game. Okay, so we've got to put like every main character in here including Wreck-It Ralph. I might have to watch some clips. Scar is in the game. Scar's right there. Scar's right there. Are we gonna do a waifu husbando part 2 because you thought of something the other day? What? Do we need an update? But we just did it. Maybe we will have to make that like a reoccurring thing of rating everybody's waifus and husbandos because it was super fun. By the way, how goes the sunburn? I look great, and I'm totally healthy. Hey, Alchemix here, let's go. How are you doing? Welcome home, Alc. Oi, oi, oi. How's your day going so far? It's good to see you. I'm not playing this game, don't worry. Don't scream, don't cry. Everybody stop screaming and crying. Dry those tears. They got Puma and Timon in this game. Oh! Got all the Frozen characters? Man, they got everything in this game. Look at Woody, dang. Look at that fine cowboy. Shucks, yeehaw. Yeehaw to that partner. Sheesh. Look at that little side glance. Look at that. Turning his nose away from me, giving me the old point. Sheesh. Oh, about to make me... Dang, look at that expression on that boy. Sheesh. Tom Hanks, don't look at me like that. You're gonna make me act up. Woo! Woody, gracious alive. We gotta get out of here. I'm surprised that this thing isn't like, doesn't have spoilers all over it. Shoosh. Oh! All right, I'm not a cowboy anymore. Oh, Wally's cute. Wally's a cutie pie. Wally's a cute little robot, but I like Eva better. Also, there's the rat. Ratatouille. Actually, no, this is Rakakuni. Yes, get that Woody out of here. What's wrong with Woody? What's wrong with Woody? Wait a minute. I thought that you'd like Woody. Woody is a sassy little cowboy. Woody's always ripping on everybody. He's such a troublemaker. And he's like, shut up, you idiot. And Buzz is like, you are a sad, strange old man. And he's like, oh, I don't care what I am. Get out of here, Buzz. He's so mean. It's great. Woody's fantastic. In the first movie, Woody's a bully. I know. That's why he's great. That's why we love him. He's a sassy little king. He's trying to keep his castle. Buzz is invading. I guess he's a little jealous. He's got that envy. We were talking about the 7 deadly sins. Which ones does Woody have? How many of the 7 deadly sins does this? Hang on. Where is he? There we go. How many 7 deadly sins does Woody have? Woody's got envy. No sloth. No, let's see. Lust? Maybe. Okay, he's very prideful. That's true. He is prideful. He's got pride, envy. He's not gluttonous. Toys don't eat. He has all of them. He's got all of them, including he does. Woody's Pride. That sounds like a fan game that we're not allowed to play on Twitch. We cannot watch Woody's Pride. Envy, at least 5 of them. A bit possessive of Andy. A bit possessive. Possessiveness is not a 7 deadly sin. Oh my god. Also Phantom, welcome in. How are you doing? Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi. Hi. Also, Kareem, enjoy your gaming. Nice. Gaming. What's that emote right there? Got some shroomies in the chat. Nice. So annoying. I wanted to buy it for you just for fun, but I couldn't do it because of regional price differences. Steam! How dare Steam do this? That happened to Boku too. Boku couldn't buy me any Backrooms games, so I couldn't do it. I bought it myself. It's like, okay. We got the Backrooms. Dang, Norway having good currency. How dare they? Actually, I think it's because your currency's bad that you can't buy anything. I'm not sure. I think games are cheaper in Norway, if I'm not mistaken. I should move so that I can buy every game ever. It's got the little imp. It's got the little creature. The creature from Wreck-It Ralph. Their name is Sugar Blossom or something. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. They got all the princes. Oh, Sully's in this show. Oh, I forgot that Pixar's part of Disney. They got the Oh, wait. I knew that. Toy Story's Pixar characters. So this game has Stardew vibes, eh? I still don't know if we can label this as a game. Not really. Morally speaking, I don't think that we can call this a game yet. It needs gameplay. It needs gameplay to be a game, right? Yeah, we can buy any games for anyone, but the opposite is not true. That's due to our... Is there a cat meowing at my door? Is that a cat? What? What? There's a cat. One of the cats is meowing at my door. What do they want? What? I closed it in this room? Oh my god, I accidentally trapped a cat in here. Okay, I'm sorry. He snuck in. There's a cat trapped in my room. Oh no, poor cat. I accidentally locked a cat in the room. That was not good. That's not good, but they're fine. They're fine. They're out. They were meowing to get out of my room, not into it. I can't blame them. Can't blame them. Okay, that was a Disney dream. Kenny imprisons cats. Listen, it was an accident. I don't know where they were hiding. They weren't on my bed. They must have been under the bed. They must have been under the bed. They snuck in. They snuck in under the radar. They really Metal Geared it into my room. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Okay, well that was Disney Dreamlight. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I can't play that game. I can't play that game. Your grandma locked her cat in the closet once. We found it before it was too late. Oh, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Okay. Funnier cat story. Much better cat story is that one of my roommate's brothers was over. And we were chilling on the couch, and one of the cats, like, wanted to leave, like, wanted to go out onto the balcony. So we let him out there, which they never are allowed out there. They just never go out there. But the cat was out on the balcony for, like, 45 minutes or, like, an hour. And we didn't, we forgot about them, and we just heard meowing. And we just looked at each other like, is there a cat somewhere? But we both forgot that we'd locked the cat outside. So I even walked into my room like, who's meowing? Where's that meowing coming from? But I couldn't figure out where it was. And then we just opened the door and I was like, it's outside. But the cat didn't even run in. They like sauntered in. They didn't even care. They just wanted to be with us. That's all. They weren't actually upset. But it was very funny. It was very funny and horrible. I can't believe that I forgot them out here. Also, Ego, what's up? How are you doing, my friend? Faithful, welcome in, welcome in. That's just a warning for your safety. My safety! The Minecraft cave? Wait a second, are you telling me that there's jump scares coming up? Whoa, hang on. Yeah, let's, Lobby, let's keep the emote spam to things that are, like, hype, or keep it to, like, just one, like one message or something like that. Because we love emotes here. I love seeing all y'all's favorite emotes. In fact, I'd love to see them right now. Here's me inviting you to show me, like, 3 of your favorite emotes. Give me some cute emotes. We're gonna do an emote review. But yeah, don't spam them unless there's like a hype train or something super hype happening. Okay. Nice. Oi, Phantom! I said hi. How are you doing? When you're locked in a room with a cat, the one risk of death is always the human. Me? Not me. Wait, what about cat boys? Will I be safe? Hey, lad, we getting married? Hey, Divey. Wait a second. Di, you're in the cult, right? Di, you're not in the cult. I can't marry you. I can't marry you if you're not in my cult. That's my one requirement. That's my requirement for marriage, okay? Oh, look at all the emotes. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. They're cute. Whoa. I love who is this? Eret? I like the Eret Hell. That looks fantastic. Salty Blushies, cute. The Crane Blast. I love the Crane couple emotes. I love them. Salty Snoms, let's go. So adorable. I love the Crane couples emotes. I love them so much. And just posted a bunch of their own art. But they can't help it. Everybody that Ann watches uses Ann's art. It has to. You can't avoid it. Aw, it's Ian K. Oh snap, Toasted. I didn't know that you loved Evan and Caitlin. That's awesome sauce, man. Evan and Caitlin, they were so freaking cool. So freaking cool. They rated me a bunch of times in the past. E and K are super cool. They're super cool. Ooh, the Warwick Googlies. Yes, we've got Warwick, Innocent Alex, Hey Human 1, and Detective Meow Meow. Yes, Nikki Rabbit, you are an absolute an absolute connoisseur, a connoisseur of the finest emotes in the land. Also, Innocent Alex, thank you for the Nessie gremlins. Very good, very good. I need a gremlin emote. Where's my gremlin emote? Hey, Bunks Bell. All right, what? Marry me IRL then? What? I haven't started my cult yet. We're about to accept submissions into the IRL cult. But after that, of course, yes, I'll marry everybody. It's true. Anita Margarita. I love your name. Your name's so good. I love the alliteration. I love it. Oh, wait, no, that's not alliteration. Alliteration is whenever they have like the same letters in a row, right? Like, I don't know. I just thought of a lot of horrible alliterations that I can't say. Dang it. Why does my brain go to that first? Why am I a bad cat boy? Why am I bad? I can't think of anything that's not inappropriate. No, I'm thinking of more bad things. No, I have to be good. Small Sammy. Yes, that's alliteration. Anita Margarita. Oi, oi, oi. Those are so cute. I love these emotes. That one was made by my... Oh, yeah. You didn't make that emote, did you, Anne? That emote is so cute. I love that. I love it. I want more of it. I love it. You exist in perpetual... I want that to be like an actual expression that I can make. Like, I don't have anything for that. That's like angry and evil. I love it so much. The little slappy arms, little troublemaker. I love them. I know a word that you could describe it. You like the assonance. Assonance? Is that a word? Wait a second. I like that the words rhyme. That's what I'll say. I like that the words rhyme. Okay, so we're actually gonna have some marriage ceremonies today. It's true. Let me pause the music. Okay, so I wanted to not play Cult of the Lamb, but I also couldn't not play it. This game has some sort of an evil charm on me. Also, I downloaded Boxy Quest. This game has horrible reviews. I didn't even look at it on the Steam page, but it's got 4 reviews. It's got 4 reviews and the top one is a downvote and it has 130 hours. 130 hours. That's horrible. Also, I downloaded Doki Doki Literature Club because I want to play this. But by want to play this, I mean I don't really want to play this because this is probably cringe. But I kind of want to. Okay, we're gonna play Cult of the Lamb though today. I wanna get Plated Up. That looks like a fun game. I was watching Salty and Ann and Gamers Rune Ray playing that game, and it looks so fun. I would totally be down to play it. It looks like a way better version of not Order Up. What is the other game? Order Up is fun. The other game that lots of people play is called Overcooked. Is that what it's called? Overcooked is that like co-op cooking game? I cannot stand that game. I hate that game. I hate it so much. I hate it as much as any game that I've ever played. Overcooked is so frustrating and I dislike it deeply. I have much hate in my little soul. My little catboy soul. Poop! Already poop! He enters the cult and immediately poop? Unbelievable. Look at all these lovely peeps! Look at all these peeps! I'm so proud of y'all. Look at y'all! Oh my gosh, look how many houses we have. It's so ridiculous. We need more. We need everybody in here. Everybody's got to get in this cult. I want everybody to be here. This will be so amazing. It'll be so amazing. Oh, what's happening? No dying immediately. No dying. Thinky Kitty's dead. Y'all are gonna have to bring them back from the dead. You're gonna have to help me. No. They're already dead. That's not a village, that's a town. Let's go. That's right. We gotta make it bigger.
Oh, bother. It's Shushies. Well. Look what the cat dragged in. It's a Phasmophobia streamer.
What's up, Shushies? How you doing? Oi! Well, well, well. If it isn't the shooshiest shoosh that ever shooshed, it's the coolest Phasmophobia player ever. Everybody, go check out Shushies. They're actually good at Phasmophobia. I want to play Phasmo whenever that new update drops, though. I just saw the alert for that. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Custom difficulty, new map. I love it. I love it. I'm excited. I'm excited. How are you doing? Shushies. I'm a cat. I mean a boy. I mean a cat boy. Look at all the Shushies emotes. Let's go. Any Shushi stands in the chat? Shushies is super cool and also freaking hilarious and has amazing voices. If you like my stupid voices,
You've got to check them out. They're really balls to the wall fun, fun, fun.
we should play Phasmo sometime. That would be fun. We gotta get like OT in on this. We gotta get OT and salty. It's true. This is a Shushi Stan household. Actually, what we do on Sundays, the entire family gets together. We order Kane's Chicken, and we sit down and we watch the Shushi stream together. That's what we do for homeschooling. Like, we don't have a curriculum per se, but we just watch Shushi's streams, and I let the kids learn whatever Shushi's is teaching that day. Like, they have a lot of good opinions, and they teach about science and history. It's true, it's true. You love their streams? Yeah, you found them through Salty. Salty's so cool. I love Salty. I love Salty a little too much. Where am I? Are you dead?
Did you die? Are you dead as heck?
Wait a second. Let me check. Phantom. Is your name Phantom? Oh my God. You turned into a real Phantom. You're actually dead. Here's all of the people. We have so many children. Douse your children in cane sauce. Yes. What is that called? That's called a, it's called an anointment. Yes. Anoint your children with cane sauce. This is horrible. This is horrible and disgusting. Cane's is fried chicken for anybody that doesn't know. If you're not in the US, Cane's is delicious. It's delicious and it's for everybody. Everybody can enjoy Cane's. Baptism. Yes, no. Don't baptize your children in cane sauce. That's disgusting. I do a good poo voice. Oh! We got another poo stan. I want to make a poo tuber. That's my next big mission, is to make a poo tuber with like a poo face that I can put on whenever I want,
Pooh Bear. Oh, bother. The bees.
What was I saying the other day? I was saying like,
I'm trying to sneak around in the 100-acre wood, but the clap of my honey pots keeps alerting the guards.
Is that what it is?
The clap.
Erica Donut's awake. Go to bed! Pooh or poo? No, P-O-O-H. What do you mean? Wait a second. Do you not know who Pooh Bear is? None of my streams are going to make any sense if you don't know all the Pooh lore. Have you not watched all the movies? Have you not watched everyone?
Guards in the 100-acre woods. What kind of woods?
Wait a second. What kind of woods? I don't get it. I don't get it. What kind of woods? I don't get it. Sushi, I'm stupid. I found that immensely more entertaining because I didn't get it. It wasn't a joke you were asking. What? What kind of woods? What does that mean? You mean like spruce or pine? Do you mean like what kind of trees? What kind of forest is the 100-acre wood? We don't know. Maybe I haven't gotten too far into the lore myself. I'm not sure what kind of woods it is. It's filled with stuffed animals. That's all that I know. My stomach hurts. Ow. What kind of 100-acre woods are there? Just guards in the woods? It's because they're defending the honey.
They're defending the honey. They're defending that sweet, sweet nectar. It was the bees. They hired guards. But I am a master of disguise and a master of stealth. I'll sneak in the woods, go through the bushes, and I'll steal their nectar.
Give us your nectar. What is it? That meme was like 2 minutes. It was like 2 minutes that the nectar meme existed, and now it's gone. And I'm so sad. We've come for your nectar. Oh, Alex is old. Oh no, Alex is gonna die. Oh, also, I heard somebody using music on their stream that I really want to use. It's that Hudson. Oh, thank you for that, Pat. Oh. Also, what's up, Kato? How are you doing?
Is that the old guy from Family Guy?
Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't know how to do his voice. OT does a wait, is it OT? No, it's Clicky does a fantastic impression.
He's like this with a sneaky voice. I've got a cult in my basement if you want to join. I'm gonna marry everybody.
I can't do it. I can't do it. We have come for your nectar.
Get the heck out of my house.
Not the old guy. Wait a second, Eagle, what did I do? What have I done? Sneaking around. Oh my gosh, the Metal Gear Solid crossover that we were asking for. Finally, I need to play Metal Gear Solid, but modded as poo. We need more poo content. Listen, nobody's harvesting views off of the poo brand. Yes. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna make a sermon. Everybody listen to my words. Yes, the Hudson Mohawk song that. Wait a second, I think I have that. Don't I? Have y'all heard this song? Wait a second. Let me pause this game. I want to play this song. I want to play part of this song. Let's see if it triggers copyright law. Let's see if this is considered copyright infringement by all the laws and statutes of Twitch gaming. I've got it saved. Is it right? Yes. Yeah. Hang on. I got to get to the good part. Where's the good part in the song? Yes! This is the best song in the world. Yes. This song gets me in the mood for gaming. Gaming mood. Sheesh. Hey! Thank you for the head pats. This stream. Hey! Don't bonk me on the head. I'm a good boy. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, the gnome! Gnome spotted. Did y'all just see that gnome? Wait a minute. Do you think that there's any more gnomes in this room? Did y'all see that? Also, Ocean Wolf, welcome in. Oh, yo. Ocean Wolf, you're not in my cult yet. You're not in my cult yet. Therefore, I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied until everybody's in this cult. Everybody, please get into my cult right now. We need maximum members for maximum efficiency. Can the Pope copyright the Bible or God? What? What did you just say? What did you just say about the Pope? Wait, look. We have a Pope. We have a Pope. Let me show you the Pope. Also, why am I drinking? I wish that there was a way for me to talk while I sipped. Okay, wait. I'm laughing too hard to drink. Okay, I actually drank water. Thank you. I wanted to show you the Pope. The Pope in game, look. They're gonna put on a Pope hat. The papal writ. He's a Pope. He's got a large hat on his head. It's not Amazon Alexa, my favorite Pope. In all the world, this is the best Pope that I've ever seen. Absolutely incredible. A beautiful Pope for the whole family. Okay, we're gonna do a Twitch raffle. This is how you join the cult. This is how you join. Now keep in mind, this cult is named Poop Eaters, so just keep that in mind. I have nothing more to say on the subject. I just wanted you to be informed of the name of the cult, but I'd love to have you part of the cult. Yes, you may join. Oi! Everybody get in here! It's free. It's free, I promise. And can they copyright the Bible? I think the Bible is copyrighted with what's it called? Like certain translations of the Bible are copyrighted, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why I'm talking so fast, but I kind of felt like it. Depends on if you have any more Cookie Run gnomes running by. Aha! Yes, Cookie Run. You won't believe what I got in Cookie Run. You won't freaking believe it. I'll post it. I'll post it to Cookie Run, but y'all already know. If you know, you know. That's what I always say. All right, we're gonna end the raffle. We only have 4 participants. Whoa, QR's in. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Welcome in. Welcome in. Customize your character. You can customize your cultist and make them adorable. Make them adorable. Make them a cutie pie. And we'll see if we can let anybody else in. We got plenty of houses. I might just have to go on a quick adventure. Kenny, it's 107 Fahrenheit here. Can you please take the Texas heat back? How hot is it for me right now? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how hot it is. Shushies, I didn't know that you got a sub. Hey, whoopee, let's freaking go. How did you get the siren cookie? Oh my gosh, how I got the siren cookie. By the way, you're so cute. QR, you're cute. I want to dance with you. QR has a strong constitution and is materialistic. But everybody in this cult is materialistic, don't worry. You're a little Finnick fox. Look at his little baby. Oh, kind of sick. Kind of sick, to be honest. Wait a minute, come here. Come here, sickie. Oi, QR, dance with me. Dance with me, my child. My sweet baby cakes. Yes, the dance. It's so cute. Oh my gosh, and I also want to,
Get the frickin' bed right now. You get your buns in bed. Don't make me tell you twice.
Don't make me tell you twice. I said you better giddy up on into bed.
Oh wait, how do I do that voice again?
It's like some kind of deep voice that goes like down real far in my throat like this. You ready to get? You better get up on back into that house right there and get yourself some bed rest.
You can't understand a word I'm saying. Let's get another cult member. Another one. Oh, QR. I'm so glad that you're in the cult. Oh, also, I'm a bit scatterbrained today, TBH. Like most days. But I just want to show off this fan art one more time. This fan art is so freaking cute. Look at this. Look at this. View it. Love it. Look at how cute it is. Look how fluffy it is. It's my character, but in Cult of the Lamb. Look at them. They're so cute. I love them. I love them. Look, this is made by Malice. This was made by Malice. Oh, and we've got another one. Look, 2 of them. There's 2 of them. Aren't they so cute? Aren't they so cute? Look, 2 little cult leaders. I love them so much. One of them is like the Earl Squirrel. It's so cute. I love them. Okay, I'm now done being distracted. I am now 100% gaming. Baby, look at that baby. Could you honestly not join a cult if this little baby was the leader? And they got a little acorn necklace. I love it so much. Ooh, I need to scroll up because there's too much stuff happening. Joke's on you. I'm Texan enough to understand that. Ego, my impression. You understood my impression. You got subbed the first time you stopped by. Let's go! Let's go! Shushies. That's the power of the Earl chat right there. Love going from winning a game to joining a cult. Let's go. May I join your Discord? Of course. Everybody's welcome to the Discord. We got places for you to post cats and dogs and art and fan art. And we're going to watch a movie this weekend. We're going to watch The Bad Guys, the furry DreamWorks movie. Have y'all heard of this movie? The Bad Boys. It's got snakes in it, snakes and wolves and foxes and stuff, and they're all bad. They're all bad boys and girls, baddies. They're all baddies. It looks cute. It honestly looks like Ocean's 11 for furries. The best person for Lambert to marry is the what? The what? I don't understand any of those words. Also, Rosera. Oi, oi, oi. It's good to see you, Rosera.
Hello there. Hello there, love. How are you doing?
The Bad Guys is amazing. Ooh, no, there's more participants. Nobody join. Only Shushies. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's a raffle. It's a raffle. Okay, I'm gonna click the button before anybody else joins, okay? We got 8.
Okay, everybody ready to join?
Wait, can I put the
reverb. Join the cult. The power of the cult compels you. Join. The Lamb wishes for more followers.
Anyhow. Whoa! Nice! Phantom's in! Let's go! Woo, 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 woo. No! Sushi's no. I wish I could get smaller while I was making that sound. Human one, hey, Human one is here. Human one, I just got an email from Makeship, and I went to their website just so that I could see that your plushie was among the top, what's it called? The top freaking, what are they call it? The campaigns, yes. Yes, top campaigns. You're on the front page. Human one, I'm so proud of you. It's so freaking cool. It's so cool. I bought the OT plush and the Human one plushie. They're so cute. I cannot wait for them to be here. Naturally obedient. Is that true? Phantom the Shadow Lord. You're naturally obedient, it says. Good name to read. Thank you for the follow. That actually is a good name to read. Thank you. Thank you for not being some kind of like D's nuts joke or something. I appreciate it. You know what? That's a good freaking name. God bless.
God bless.
Look at the little spider. Oh, I love the little shirt. They have a little t-shirt on.
They're sick. You go to bed right now. You get your buns in bed. You silly little spider. You sweet little baby.
We have to take care of everybody. Also, I think I need to feed everybody because y'all are getting hungry. Y'all are getting hungry. How are we gonna make poop if y'all aren't eating? Okay, we're gonna make some grub, and then I'll see. Can we let another person into the cult? Boop, 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 boop. Everybody, come get dinner. Come get dinner. I promise there's no follower meat in here. I promise I'm not feeding you your fellow cult members. Honest, I mean it. Ooh. You just got out of drawing, your life drawing class? What? Interesting. What kind of life are you drawing for yourself? Doop. God bless us, everyone. Is that Tiny Tim? Or what's the name of that character? Unwell Eddie. I forget the name of that character. We need to go find more followers. I need to get more followers in here. Ocean Wolf needs to join. Die needs to join. Shushi needs to join. We gotta go get more opportunity. So we're gonna go into the actually, wait a second. I think I just thought of a way to speedrun this. I just thought of a way. Let's go do a ritual. We'll lock everybody's loyalty and hunger down, and then we'll go on the mission. Can I do this right now? Yes, I can. Okay, first step of this is we do the mushrooms. If you do the mushrooms, then it locks loyalty. Hallelujah.
Bow down to the mushrooms, yes. You must eat the mushrooms. Consume them. Corrupt the child. Kill them all.
Just kidding. It's a wholesome cult. My sweet little followers now.
Now, we shall do another ritual. Prepare the feast.
Actually, the opposite of feasting, we're gonna have a fast.
Prepare the fast. Food is sinful. Do not eat.
Have y'all ever fasted before? That's a question to everybody in chat. Have y'all ever actually done a fast before? It's horrible. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not encouraging them. Don't fast. It's no fun. It's no fun and it's bad for you. Don't do it. Wait a second. What else can we do? Generate. Wait. Do I need to do anything else? Hey, don't bug me! How dare you? How dare you? Okay, we did it all. So we locked down their food and their faith, so we can go on a mission as quick as possible, so that we can get some more followers. Okay, that's the only way to do it.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. Sorry. We're gonna go. Oh, this way. Into the waters. Into the waters of. What are some waters in Lord of the Rings? Do we have any Lord of the Rings stands in chat? What are waters that exist?
Begone, beast! Find salvation elsewhere. You will not cross the threshold of my temple.
Girl, what are you talking about? Get the heck out of here. You're not even cursing anybody. You're just yeah-yahing at me for no reason, shaking my head. You better shut your mouth.
You better shut your mouth before I button your beak.
Burp, burp, burp. Bam. We're gonna kill him one day, guaranteed. Bonk, bonk. You've done NCLF a couple of times, non-caloric liquid fast. Oh, I see, I see. Well, it's dangerous stuff. It's dangerous stuff. Be very careful with fasting and stuff. But yes, I did it one time just for fun, just to see if I could do it. And I went 5 days with no eating, and I felt so bad. I felt so sick and so tired. So I stopped doing it and I ate food. You also have to be careful whenever you come down on a fast, off of a fast, because like your body will be like, whoa, 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 hey now. I thought that we weren't eating anymore. And like your body will be, it'll be all confused. It'll be all confused and whiny. 5 days? Yes. One time I did 5 days and it was horrible. It was horrible. What? You made me something? Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Everybody, red alert. Red alert, Anne has made something. Anne made something. Wait. Why is this not? Oh my God. Oh my God, Anne. I can't. Anne, I can't even. What did you just draw? Anne. Anne. What did you do? Did you draw this? Sweetie, did you draw this? I don't know if we can put this on the fridge. Anne, I'm not sure if I could put this on the fridge, but It's awful. It's horrifying. It's something for the VTuber though. So it's a secret. It's a secret. It's Anne's fault for mentioning it. It's Anne's fault. I wouldn't mention it. I wouldn't have mentioned it. That's Anne's fault. That's Anne's fault for saying that in chat. Okay. If it was gonna be a secret, then Anne should have kept it a secret, but it's too late now. It's too late now. So we'll just have to unveil it soon. Okay? We'll just have to unveil it soon, but it's part of the VTuber. It's a new thing. A new thing that exists. Maybe we'll unveil it tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a Totally Human stream tomorrow with the Totally Human squad. It's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna be a nightmare. And maybe we'll unveil it then. Maybe we shall. It's we're gonna be playing Fall Guys with Nessie and I guess maybe Salty. I hope so. And hopefully Human One. I'm sure that Human One's busy though. Poor Human One, working so hard. Oh my gosh, who is this? Shamura?
5 becomes 4 because 3 becomes 2.
Oh wait, no.
5 becomes 4 becomes 3 becomes 2 becomes 1 becomes nothing. Calamar was always frightened of the Red Crown. Yes, fear made a coward of him. My door is next to be knocked upon. Knock, knock. The lamb comes to raise. End of days, end of days.
Thanks. They just came in here to monologue. Oh, they're giving me a preview of their type of enemies. These are the enemies in the next area. Hey! They just spidered out of here. They just used their butt silk. You keep your butt silk to yourself, young man. All right. Easily dispatched. I'm not scared of the next area anymore. Hooray! You're at work. I figured you were. Poor Human One. Poor Human One. No. Human One. I just want to play games with you literally all the time. I just want you to be in every stream, and I want you to stream every night so that I can watch it. And I want you to co-stream every time that I want to play a game. And ooh. Okay, we're supposed to look for followers. This way. Look, we could have a new follower. See? Here it is right here. Here it is right here, a little baby. A little baby to be saved.
A little child, a small baby. One small baby for lunch.
I mean, for safety.
Save the baby.
Let me into your cult already. Oh, I already let you into my heart. Is that not enough? Just kidding. Yes, we need Human One in the cult right now. Right now, blast it all. Whack, 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 whack. Oh, no. Stay away from me. Don't touch me, don't touch me. I am not to be touched. Ow! How dare you? The only type of touch that I allow is head pats. Looks like these enemies haven't got the memo. Boom! Get dead. Y'all are wasting my health. How dare you? Oh, there's another one. We're gonna save this one. This is gonna be one of y'all. Oh my God, there's more. Why? Stop it! Why are there so many? Oh, head pats. Kaboom! We did it. We saved the little badger. Oh, I accidentally hit them. They're gonna be fine. Oh, little baby. We saved him. We saved him. Your dice-headed character's looking good. Oh, yeah. You were like making fan art of, or you were making a relationship possibility for dice, right? There's a poop. We can go to the poop. Wait, we don't need that. We don't need poop, right? Or do we? You can face like 2 bosses on 1 run. What the heck? Human 1 would be a great cult member. She could clean the outhouses. Excuse me? Excuse me? What is that based on? Why is Human 1 good at cleaning outhouses? Is this Human 1 lore that I didn't know? Is this because they're a dinosaur? I think that Kenny should get sub goals for more PNG tuber stuff. Would that be something interesting that y'all would be interested in? I can never tell. I can never tell if my passion is matched by all. Sometimes I'm the only one that cares about this PNG tuber. Oh yeah, we can get some bonus stonus. Jonas's stonus bonus. Ooh, and a heart. Gimme. Give me a heart. Give me a heart and I will give you a hug. Get now! Stop! How dare you? How dare you touch the lamb? The lamb just fixed up their wool. My wool was just adjusted today. There we go. Just trimming the hedges. Just trimming the bushes. Just manscaping the lawn. Just get rid of all of it. Hey, let's go! Thank you so much. Oi, Otterfox. Thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh, can we get some blankies? All right, here's the oh my god. Oh my god. You just subscribed for 6 months in advance? Yo, hold on. That's wild. Thank you so much. Holy moly. Holy moly. Can we get some bonus blankies? Heavens above. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's go. That's huge. That is huge. Otterfox, thank you so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, this little cat boy. Did you say? What'd you say? You said sub goals for PNG tuber? Oh snap! We gotta do it now. We gotta do it. Also, Whizzle Nizzle, what's up? What's up? How are you doing? Oh, the power grid. Yes, you said that California was having power issues, right? The Anchor Deep music is banging right now, Tiger Eye. This game has like, it's kind of I guess it's not understated, but it's like, it's not overstated. It's just in the background, just jamming the whole time. It's doing all this work, but it doesn't have too much attention on it. I love it. I love this slightly understated, just straight up jams. We got shushis? Yes! The shushi emotes are so freaking good. I love them. Oh, yo. All right. We got the terrible cards. Oh, I'll take that. I would love that. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me everything. You said you're back from a grid outage. Hey, that's great. That's awesome sauce. I was surprised to hear that, Whizzle Nizzle. I didn't know that there were power issues in California at the moment. I guess it makes sense. Texas doesn't have power issues as far as I know. It's just super expensive. But who cares about that when there's culting to do? Just kidding. I wonder how hot it is outside. It's nice and toasty. It's nice and toasty. My room feels like a small oven. A small oven. I'm just a little cat loaf in an oven. Oh, crystal window. Open up my window. My window. My window. Open up my window. My window. My window. What? Fox is your moderator? Hey, Fox has been hanging out in here. Fox was here a couple of nights. Fox has been here a couple of days. I didn't know that. Oi, thank you so much for being a mod. Oh my goodness. Fox, thank you so much for helping out Shushis. Oi, can we get some mod love in the chat, please? The mods are fantastic. Mods are helping out streamers. Thank you so much for doing that work and helping Shushis out and watching over the chat and making sure that there's no stinkers in the chat. My goodness gracious. It makes this job so much easier. Thank you so much. All the mods. All the mods. That includes if Kim's still here. All the mods for everybody. All the mods for everybody. Thank you so much. Wham, wham, wham. Oh yeah, we also got to work out. I think we're going to do that mod gaming, right? I'll message the chat. I'll message the chat in a bit. And we're going to watch the movie. I think we're going to watch the movie on Sunday, by the way. Movie on Sunday. Movie on Sunday and early stream tomorrow. Those are the 2 plans. And everything else is unplanned in my life. Except for the fact that I'm going to TwitchCon. I'm going to TwitchCon, but I haven't bought my tickets yet. Yay! TBF chat is full of stinkers. That's good. That's good. Listen, we need some stinkers, all right? Just little stinkers, not actual troublemakers. We like wholesome troublemakers. I like little troublesome goblins. Goblins, not rule breakers. We don't stand rule breakers ever. P-Frog, thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hey, everybody, welcome in P-Frog. Oi, 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 P-Frog. We jumped out of the pond and into your stream. Shucks. Oi, welcome in. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet y'all. Oi, oi, oi. We're playing Cult of the Lamb. Y'all are all invited. Thank you so much, P-Frog. How is the stream? How is the Sims? How is the Sims content? Were you simulating life? Were you simulating real life? Is this real life? Thank you so much. Nice to meet everybody. Hi, my name is Earl. And I play a variety of games, and I am currently a cat boy. But I promise I've got real skin somewhere. And P-Frog, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. I need to respond to all your DMs. I have been, as you can see, I've been working on a lot of stuff recently. I've got a VTuber now with expressions. Expressions! Oi, oi, oi. You're seeing how broken Sims was? Oh no. Okay, well, you know what that means, P-Frog. You gotta switch to Disney Dreamlight, right? That's the new Sims game. Well, that's too bad. I guess we'll all have to abandon Sims and play Disney games. Dang, that's a real shame. A real shame and a bummer. I'm just kidding. We were just talking about that earlier. Oh, thank you for the head pats. Oi, thank you so much. Thank you so much, P-Frog, for sharing your community with me. Hi, everybody. I don't know how to play Sims. I'm so sorry. There's so many Sims players in the chat, but I don't know how to play it. I don't know how to play it. The Mine gave me access to their account, and I played a little bit of it, and I didn't get it. My first Sim that I ever made was a vampire, and I didn't understand. Oh, you're not working with them anymore. Nice, nice, awesome sauce. Well, you could tell me all about that, P-Frog. You could tell me all about it. Oi, oi, oi. But gonna keep you in mind for other things. This is, it looks like I should have put it off. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? P-Frog, it's so good to see you though. I loved seeing you working on stuff. You're an inspiration. You're an inspiration. Working hard, doing some stuff, man. I've been so inspired by freaking, oh my goodness. P-Frog is one of them. Warwick is one of them. Oh my goodness. People doing actual branding stuff is so impressive. I don't understand. I don't understand. All the people that you brought on were fine? Okay, good. Good. No harm, no foul. That's what I always say. Except for I would love some foul. I'd love some foul because I'm feeling like chicken tonight. Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Why is there bushes here? Why were there bushes in the way? How dare they? Also, thank you for contributing to the cult totem. Everybody can do that. Everybody can do that. Do that with that blue black. Receive double health. Nice. Yes.
We shall defeat everybody. We shall kill everyone. Everyone that is evil. Splendid.
Oh, I almost forgot to say, oh my gosh, P-Frog, I am so sorry. You just streamed. If you need to go get some food or something, please do. Please do. Don't worry. If you need to lurk it up or you need to leave and go get some food, please do. You just did a whole stream. Can we get one more shout out for P-Frog, please? One more shout out. They play lots of Sims content and they're an adorable person and they have super cute emotes. They've got frogs everywhere. You must look for the frogs at least. You have to follow just so that you can see the adorable frogs everywhere. Their layout is also super cute. So follow so that you can check out their stream whenever they're live. Because their layout is so adorable. And they're an adorable person also. Oi, P-Frog is super sweet. We met him a long time ago, and P-Frog has kept coming back, hanging out with us. Good recommend. Also, P-Frog has a cool accent. What is your accent Australian? I literally don't remember. I am so sorry. You have a cool accent. That's what my brain notated it as. It didn't notate it as a specific one. I was just like, yes, I love this voice. Whenever I think of your voice, it makes me think, yes. You're English? Not again! Not again! I'm just glad that Super Antlers isn't here. No! Not the English! No! No! No. Hatsune Miku does not like British people. No. I'm sorry. I like British people. That was Hatsune Miku saying that. The British are coming. The British. I should get... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, things are happening.
Nicky Rabbit gifted a tier 1 sub to P-Frog Sims.
Things are happening.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I can't focus. Thank you so much, Nicky Rabbit, for the gifted sub. Oi, can we get some blankies in the chat? Yo. Can we get some blankies? Also, I'm going to play y'all a meme really quick. So that y'all don't think that I'm crazy. Hatsune Miku British. This is the best. Wait. Yes. This is what I think of. I'm so sorry. Let me play this for you. Okay. No. We need it louder. Turn it up. Hang on. Yo, Otter Fox, think of the 100 biddies. Oh, I barely heard that. I'm going to play it again. I'm such a mess today. Oh my gosh. Thank y'all so much. I'm a wreck. Hang on. I want to hear it again.
British shoosh for posh.
Thank you. Thank goodness I needed to hear that.
Excuse me?
Oh, it's so quiet. What the heck?
Excuse me? Are you British? Oh no. Hatsune Miku does not talk to British people. The only outside the people in your mom.
Yeah. No. Seka. Wait, are you British? No. I love it so much. Hatsune Miku, how dare you? British people are amazing. British people are valid. How dare they? I don't know why Hatsune Miku said that. I don't know why they said that. I don't believe it. Not the start of our song at the end. Seka. Warwick would love that. Oh, I'll send it to Warwick. I want them to see it. Oh no. I was actually playing a Hatsune Miku game last night. I was getting into it again. It's no good. I gotta stay away from it. I was playing what's it called? Like the Future Harmony game, the rhythm game. It's so freaking hard. It's hard, but it's a fun game. Good game. Sick up. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Good name to read. I appreciate it. Oi. I'm sorry if I scared you away with my British memes. Also, did P-Frog say that they needed to take a break? P-Frog, do you have water? Do you have water and food? This game's loud. What the heck? Turn down the game. Turn down the game and turn down this character for marriage. I'm not marrying you. Back up, big boy. Actually, I think that this is a fish lady. Oh, go away. Yeah! Oh my god. That's a lot of ow! That's a lot of bullets. I don't know if I'm gonna beat this guy. This is not good. I don't have a good weapon for this. My weapon's like okay. Is it vampire? Ow! Oh my god, stop that. Stop it. You stop that right now. Ah! Hang on. I got this. Oh my gosh, they spawned a bunch of fireballs right next to me. Whoa, the music's jamming! Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yeah. Shigaimos. Seen that. Ow! No! 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 This game's too hard. It's too hard. It's too hard. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Listen, I know that you're going to lose faith for that one, but we got to follow her, okay? We got to follow her. That's what we wanted. That's what we wanted. You didn't scare me away. Oh, I was only teasing. You're all good. You're all good. Everybody lurk. Everybody lurk right now. Except for the people that want to talk. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah, enjoy Risk of Rain. That game's so good. Before you start, if you don't mind me asking, who do you main? Should that be a redeem? Thank you for the head pats, by the way. Oi. Also, could we get a gnome on the screen? I'm sorry for begging for them, but I really want to see that gnome. I want to just double check if there's one live. Just wanted to check. I could have swore I heard one in here. Oh, yep, there he is. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Thank you. Oh, there's another one. Hey, why is there so many gnomes? Hey, get out of here. Oh, I'm totally distracted now. I don't even know if there are gnomes. Even if there are, it doesn't matter. You're doing great, Kenny. Aw, Nikki Rabbit, you're so sweet. You're so sweet.
How dare you? How dare you be so adorable?
You just started out yesterday? Oh, you're a Huntress main. Yes, Huntress is big fun. Huntress is a good character. I actually still like Huntress. And Huntress's right click or special is so freaking good. The glaive, the like spinning glaive. That's a good choice. And it's good for starting out the game. As soon as you can, my favorite character is Loader. Because Loader, you can do like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Hatsune Miku does not talk to dead people. That's me playing Phasmo. That's whenever they respond on the remote. Whenever you're like, give me a sign, say something. And it's like, behind you. Oh no. No, 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 no. Ah! Oh, I thought the game crashed. Oh my god. That was scary. That's scary. Okay, there's too much poop. There's too much poop. There's too much poop. Remote! Listen! Listen! I don't get anything right. It's not a... Okay, fine. The talk box. The talk box. The... not the EMF. Listen, I know my Phasmo game. I've played it. I've played that game before. I can prove it. I can prove it. I'm a professional. I'm a professional ghost hunter. We're gonna bury them. I'm so sorry that you're dead. I'm so sorry that y'all are dead. But just so that you know, Innocent Alex, rest in peace. Love you. Love you, sweetie. Rest well. This is basically like tucking y'all into like a more permanent bed. But y'all will wake up. We're all talking to the TV remote. Say something. I could do an exact impression of how I play Phasmo. I say something. Is anyone there? Give us a sign. Are you dead? Where are you? Say something. Where are you? Give us a sign.
If you're really the chosen one, then shouldn't the fish be jumping into your net?
What? Oh, you just want me to fish? Oh, yeah. They just want me to fish. They just want me to fish real good. I don't see why that's a prerequisite to being a good cult leader, but okay. You know what? Pop off. Pop off, Stinner. I totally agree with you. You only made it to the third area once. Got a controller for it. My laptop isn't the best for mouse and keyboard. Oh, yeah. The game takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of practice. Good name to read. It's super fun, though. I encourage you to keep playing it. I couldn't even get past the first area, to be honest. I couldn't get past the first area initially, and then I played with friends, and they helped me. Some unnamed VTuber talking into the spirit box. Hello? Wait, do I have like a talk box sound effect? I feel like I should. Hello? What did that sound like? Was that good? Did that give you ASMR? Was that an ASMR moment? Did anybody get any tingles? Check your arms. Did you get any goose pimples? Nice. Okay, we gotta get him. We gotta get him seeds. Get seeded. Nice, 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 nice. All right, we're gonna let another person join. I think we got room, right? Oh my goodness, there's so many houses. Look at all this devotion. Mamma mia. Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, Figaro. Figaro! Ah, stop doing that. You scared me. Oui, baguette. Oh, very nice. Whoopsie. I did not know that you... I did not know that you speak French. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't do any better. How do I... Oh, we need more food. We need more food. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the biscuit. We need some more... Oh my god. Lupus Dream. Oh my goodness gracious. We got wood for days. We got logs on top of logs. This is Log Town. Log Town, USA. Welcome in.
Welcome into Log Town.
All right, y'all work on that, and we're gonna let somebody else in. Get ready.
Here comes a raffle. Here comes a Ripley raffle. Anybody can win, but nobody will.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Boom! Raffle going. Raffle going. Woo, 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 woo. Everybody hurry. Also, P-Frog, thank you again so much for the raid. It means so much. Thank you so much for sharing. For sharing your friendos with me. Turning off the PC. Nice. Turning off the PC. Headed to sleep. Enjoy your sleep, whatever you do. P-Frog. I'm so sorry for calling you Australian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Also, have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful night. Drink lots of water. Take care of yourself. Sick up. Oh my gosh, there's 10 participants. This is exciting. I might forgive you one day. You know what? I might just find it in myself to forgive you. Maybe someday. But it's gonna take me a lot of time. I'm gonna take some time away from Twitch for a bit and just think about things. Thank you for what you said, but I just can't accept it. I'm gonna have to take some time away. I'm British, okay? Okay, goodbye, Earl. Okay, here we go. End raffle! Oh, Ocean Wolf got it. Nice. That was one of them, baby. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much for joining the raffle. The cult. The cult of raffles. Also, Awkward, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Sick up. Ali Yuri, how are you doing? Ali Urethane. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's our resident furry artist. Oi, oi. I saw your drawing of Warwick. I love it. I love the drawing of Warwick as a furry. It looks so freaking good. It looked like some specific style. Like it looks like a movie character. It's such good character design. It's so good. I'm super impressed, Allie. Ocean Wolf, you're cute. You're cute. When did you get so cute? Wait a minute. Also, you're a germaphobe. That's okay. That's okay, pet. I like your little tuffet. I like your little tuffet on top of that muffet. Your little muffin tuffet. Look at that baby. Look at that baby. A little white wolf. A little white wolf with a little red shirt. Look at that baby. Okay. I'm gonna send you do the tending of the farms, but first, we gotta dance. We gotta do the welcome dance. Do the hustle. Oh, we got no more. We gotta go out here though. We gotta go out here. We gotta leave. We gotta go find more people. And oh, we also locked everything down so they can't lose faith and they can't get hungry. Oh, look at them go. Oh my gosh. This is incredible. Look at them. More like Sega. I love it. You looked at Feliday, the movie, and there's the inspiration. Oh, there's some artists that I saw that does like redrawing of things in like I think in a Don Bluth style. And they've redrawn Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, and they've redrawn Seinfeld stuff. I forget their name. I think it's like Cosberry or something. But their style is so amazing, and it looks like ancient cartoons, but it's and they like redraw them as I guess furry characters or like pre-internet furry characters, and they look so freaking good. I love the Elaine character. The cult housing situation is amazing, right? There's no zoning. There's no zoning. You might want to look at my village. Be honest. Look at this. We've got one road. We've got one road that goes like this. It goes diagonally upward. It has a fountain that you have to walk around, and two little tuffets of road, just a bajillion houses, and then everything's just strewn around. This place is a mess. This place is disgusting. And look, this isn't even aligned because they don't fit up here. It's horrible. It's horrible, but I don't care because I want more cult members. We need more members, okay? We gotta grow. We gotta know when to grow 'em. We gotta know when to show 'em. Gotta know when to walk away. Gotta know when to... Ooh, bone decorations.
Don't mind if I do.
It's cozy. You know your neighbor this way. It's a community. It's true. Everybody knows your name. It's exactly like Cheers. Okay, we're gonna go look for more stuff. Hey! Oi, Peps! Did you just try to bonk me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Are you trying to bong me right now? Did you successfully bong me? How did you do that? I didn't hear the sound effect. Oh yeah, there's a new thing that we unlocked. Smuggler's
Sanctuary.
Also, Peps, it's good to see you. How you doing, Garrett? Oi, 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 oi. You did bonk me? I didn't even notice. It was such a light tap. You gotta hit me harder than that. You gotta hit me harder than that. I need a good beating. Oh yes, this old guy, he
Sounds like a pirate. You listen, mutton chop. You owe me a ship. The bishops are nasty pieces of work, but they do a good enough job of keeping the waterways open and the trade flowing round here. But with you going around killing them, it starts gates of all sorts of monstrous beasts that start sinking my stock. Scary things they be, with gnashing teeth.
And what? Odiferous?
Oh, and odiferous stink that their face could
Kurt, this man is talking in riddles.
Just like me mother-in-law.
That's great. Freaking boomer humor in this game.
My wife.
Yeah, that's just like my wife.
Lucky for you, Plembo-nosed folks pay a pretty penny for an eye of a witness. Ye get me their eyes, I buy a new boat, and we call it fair and square. All ye need to do is return the pieces of the killed bishop, defeat the ferocious beasts that emerge, and bring me their eyes. Simple enough.
Is it simple? Is it really simple? The way that you described it is extra complicated. Hey! Don't bug me! How dare you? How dare you? Also, Joshy, what's up? I just want to check out this place. It's boring.
Boring.
Okay, we're coming back. Thank you for the food. I need to make some food that pops up in my mouth whenever that plays. Human 1! What the heck? Why am I getting head pats? Human 1, you're gonna ruin my hair. Worth it. Human 1, did you see my list? Did you come to my TED Talk? Did you come to my TED Talk over here? Reasons to adopt me. Cute, like snacks, and cuddles. Pretty great. Pretty great. I'm just saying, like, I'm just learning how to, like, sell myself a little bit better. And this is how I'm starting. This is my new social media influencer checklist. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And not a furry. Oh, I should write that in. That's a good point. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Oh, we got plenty of room in the houses. What was I doing? Oh, somebody died, right? Oh my gosh, why do y'all keep dying up here? No, not Tayaki. Not Tayaki, oh no. Tayaki dead again.
Tayaki's body, it's rotting.
Rotten body.
Rotten body, rotten body. Rotten body. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Maybe we should revive some people. We've already locked their faith. We might as well go for it. Let's bring some people back.
Bring back the dead. It's a power that only God's supposed to have.
Okay, we're gonna do the rite of resurrection. How many bones do we have? Sorry for dying again. Don't be sad. You're gonna make me sad now, Tayaki. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. You're a fantastic follower. Don't say that.
Tayaki.
Tayaki, you're such a good follower. Don't worry. I could never be mad at you. I could never be mad at you.
Whoa.
Okay, we gotta bring back the person that died first. Now, some of these are doubles. Amazon Alexa is double, right? I turned on my own head pat. I didn't realize that. I accidentally pressed the button. So these are both fakes, right? There's a fake lens too, right? I'm trying to remember because this game has bugs and it like doubled a few of these followers. Stormy Waffles, there's only one of them, right? Could I get like, could I get some help here? Does anybody remember who was doubled? Am I a fake? I mean, you mean in real life or in this game, Lens? Because we might have to like get into some deep topics. Lens is the only one. No, I could have swore that Amazon Alexa and Four Horsemen also were doubled. I'm gonna bring back Aerosimp because they were born old. They were born ancient, like Benjamina Button. It's true, it's true. But can we do more of these? What does it cost? Oh, it's on cooldown. Okay, well, we did one. We done. Yo, Titty Beans, thank you for the sub. It's been forever. Oi, it's good to see you. Thank you so much, Beans. What the heck? Oi, 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 it's been forever. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Oh, snap, Beans is here. Can we get some blankies? Welcome in, Beans. Oi, oi, oi. We all love beans. We all love beans. Every letter makes a sound. We all love beans. Where's my face? My what?
My what? What did you just say about my face? Did you just say something about my face? Now, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. We're going to have to talk about this.
I'm a cat boy. I'm a cat boy. I am a cat boy. But my face will be shown someday. Promise. I'll do a face reveal. I think we'll do a face reveal for maybe like a Lego building stream or something. Much has changed. Oh no, same Earl, same room, same chair, same cat boy, same energy, same smell too. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's get back in this game. Actually, it smells awful in that room. We need to get some Febreze. Could anybody send some Febreze to my P.O. box? Also, Stenner, go to bed. Oh my gosh, everybody puke next to the fountain. Why? But yeah, okay, to be real, Beans, I'm using a VTuber avatar because I got a super bad sunburn on my face and it looked really, really bad and I didn't want anybody to see my peeling chops, my peeling face. It was disgusting. It was unappealing, ironically unappealing peeling face. But but my face is much better now. So I'd be cool with going on cam now, but I've been enjoying so much getting to have this little drawing and like I just got more drawings from the artist for more expressions. It's been so fun. It's like puppeteering. I think that VTubing will be a staple of this channel. I think it'll be a staple. I don't think I'll be like a real VTuber. Like I don't think that I'll stick with it. Because I do not mind showing my face at all. But I think a lot of times I might choose to just use this because it's much more comfortable and it's super fun. It's super fun and bits are really fun. Like bits, like comedy bits. It's super entertaining. Easily the best PNG. Oh, thank you so much. Oi, Otter Fox. It is like, it's on the line. It's on the line for PNG tubers. It's somewhere in the middle. Zoot. What, is something broken? Is something broken? What is it, Alk? Is my bonk broken or something? I was suspecting. Hey! Oh, Titty Beans, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, and hydrate. Thank you for the 300 biddies. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Hey! Hey! Thank you. I took an actual drink of water. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, I finished the mission. Nice. Also, Rusty Keys, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, you got a dry mouth? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What can you do about a dry mouth? Eat lotion? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to manage that. Drink water, eat lotion. Oh, here we go. Whoopee! Oh, Beans, thank you so much. Why are you pampering me? Why are you pampering me with a sub and bits and head pats? Beans, no! That's not allowed. That's against the rules. Oh no! Our streamer, he's pampered. Oh, Tiny fish. Tiny fish. Yum, yum, yum. Tiny fish. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back because I want to add more people. Did you just double bonk me? Hey! How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you bonk the baby? The baby is supposed to be supported and cared for. That is very awful, awful business.
The cultist activities, actually, Rusty Keys, it's going fantastic. Our cult is growing ever so quickly. We just revived somebody, and we're gonna go on an adventure right now. Oh, no, my lock! The lock has been removed. Can I lock it again instantly? Hang on. I'm gonna speed run and cheese this game. Oh, toast! Oh, still on cooldown. Still on cooldown. It looks like it's gonna take like one more day. If I feed everybody, I should be good to go on a mission. I haven't had dissenters in so long. How many days has it been? Like 30 days since I had any dissenters? Our cult is extremely happy. Also, lots of sick people. Okay, lots of sick people, and there's no dead bodies. And I don't have any more poop. Dang it. Okay, well, let's cook a little bit of food, then we're gonna go look for more followers. More followers, more followers. Oh wait, that's too much. The food will go rotten, and then they'll eat it. And then they'll get sick. Wow, a whole month. Oh wait, was that, have we had this for a whole month? You said, too broke these days. You had to cut all your Twitch subs? I feel you, Beans. It's been rough out there. It's been rough. Lots of inflation, gas prices up. Goodness gracious. Nobody ever feel pressured to gift subs, like get a sub for themselves or donations or bits. Do not feel pressured to do that. These are hard times, my friends. These are hard times. You do what you gotta do. Stream's just extra. It's just extra. It's just for fun. Don't you ever worry about that. Everybody's welcome here, no matter if you talk in the chat or support a lot or just lurking, everybody's welcome. There's no requirements whatsoever. Nothing is expected. Fuck. I just like hanging out with y'all and playing games. So if you want to do that, you are more than welcome. Zoot, zoot, zoot. Here we go. You're sending your sick ones for bed rest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I did. I'm surprised that there were so many, though. I think, man, they all puke next to that fountain. Did you see that? That's disgusting. This game is gross. Also, I hate this weapon. In fact, it's so bad that I want to restart this, but I kind of don't want to either. I mean, it's powerful. It's very powerful, but it's super slow. And besides, I can get another one. I gotta practice with all the weapons. Ow! See what I mean? It's so slow. It's so slow, and you still gotta be like really close. Here we go! Bonk! Hanging out, playing games? Interesting. What do you mean? What do you mean, awkward? Bonk. Ear bonk. Okay, I can't clear everything with this big old hammer. This big old hammer. Isn't this hammer too heavy for this little baby sheep? This little sweet lamb? Sweet little baby child? Ah! This woolly little leader? Bonk. All right, here we go. Zoot! Oh, somebody died? No! Why is everyone dying? Alexa died again. Alexa, I thought that you had always on technology. Nice. Hey, A-Star, I didn't know that you were raiding. I mean, I didn't know that you were playing. I didn't know either one. A-Star, how was the raid? I just said, how was the raid? Oh my God. Thank you so much for the raid. A-Star, how was the stream? Oh my God. You were starting your own cult. Nice. Oi, you got your members yet? Have you sacrificed anybody? Oi, that's our friendo A-Star. A-Star is amazing at shooters and plays lots of fun games. A-Star has a beautiful, smooth British voice. It's true, it's true. You should check him out. A-Star is super cool and has been hanging out with the stream. Is a friendo of me. It's true, it's true. The raid was pretty smooth. You know what? The raid went well. It triggered and it actually went through. I can't believe it. Sick up. Why? Why more? Ah, Mystic Silver Moon, how are you doing? But thank you so much. A-Star, you don't gotta raid me. I so appreciate it though. I hope that you enjoyed your cult. Your cult vibes. What's the name of your cult? It was fun too. Nice, nice. What did you get up to? Did you just start? They've got a cult too. They've got a cult too. There's so many cults out here. You said smooth British voice. Oh yeah. Cyberwolf, what the heck? Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Oi, 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 oi. Thanks so much for the gifted subs for Champion of the Raven Queen and Bonk Spell. Can we get some hype in the chat? Oi. Where are the blankies at? Where are my blankies at? Thank you so much, Cyberwolf. That's so generous.
69
I appreciate it.
sub to Bonk Spell.
What'd that just say? What'd that just say about 69? Oh, that's your name. Nice. Your name is Cyberwolf69. Is it okay that I didn't notice that? I just was like, just a number. Just another number. Just another number like you. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much, Cyberwolf. Gifting the subbies. Also, everybody that got gifted a sub, you're invited to our movie night. What? Hey! What? Awkward! Thank you so much. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, what's happening? Stop! Stop. Stop. Stop, what's happening?
Awkward Earl gifted a tier 1 sub to Charvakes.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Awkward, for 2 gifted subs. What's happening? What's happening? Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs for Ramen McDad and for MC Harvey. Oi, and Otterfox with 100 biddies. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. What the heck is going on? There's a hype train going. Yeehaw! Let's go. Thank y'all so much. Oh my goodness. All aboard. All aboard. Choo choo. Looks like we already made it. You'll be back shortly? Of course, of course. A-Star, you just did a stream. Get yourself some food and some water. Relax, my friend. Thank you so much for raiding me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. A-Star is such a sweet bean.
Such a sweet bean.
Oi! Thank you for the cult totem. What the heck? Oh! I need it. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so sweet. Y'all are so sweet. What the heck? What am I supposed to do with all of y'all? What do I do with all of y'all? Huh? Y'all a bunch of troublemakers. That's what. That's what. Y'all guys. Y'all are so sweet. What am I doing? Where am I going? My brain shut down. His name is Lambert. Who is that? Who's Lambert? Hey, thank you for the 184 biddies. Titty beans, thank you so much. Ah! Thank you. No. What am I supposed to do with y'all? You're off to bed? All right, get some rest. Enjoy your evening, Eldritch. Thanks for chilling with us. Oi, oi. Much love. The rest of Titty's biddies. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. Sick up. Oi, oi. Biddies or titties? Titties, biddies. Look, a new follower form. Somebody can be a fish. A fish with an ear? Is that their ear extending because they're listening to something interesting? Me, whenever I hear Hatsune Miku on the radio. Whoa! Ann!
You deserve the best.
Lan!
I appreciate you a lot. Love you, friend Fian.
Thank you so much. What the heck, Ann? Thank you for the 1,500 biddies. Ann, you're popping off. What the heck? Thank you, Ann. Oh my goodness gracious. Ann, that is so ridiculous. You are in so much trouble right now. Thank you so much, Ann. You're not supposed to do that. You don't have to do that. Ann. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm supposed to be giving you money. Hey. Ann is such an amazing friend. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you're already an amazing friend. You don't have to do any of that. Hey, thank you, zombie food.
Egg, frying an egg.
What's happening?
Avodago.
You guys, stop. You guys, Stop! This is bullying. This is bullying. Bone Wolf, thank you for the 94 biddies. And also, hi. Oi, oi, oi. Bone Wolf, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Zombie food. Zombie food. Thank you for the sub. How are you doing? 18 months? My God. No, no. No, no. Awkward. Awkward. Stop. No. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? What's happening? What did I do? What did I do? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs for Pizza Dudette, for Miss Janine, for El Jester the Almighty, for KK Goods, and for Zamboni Bob. Hey, let's go. Can we get some blankies? This is so huge. This is the biggest hype train we've had in forever. Thank y'all so much. Oh my goodness gracious. Oi! All the love to all of y'all. Goodness gracious. None of this is necessary. In fact, it's highly unnecessary. Oh my goodness. Yo. Goodness. How am I gonna play a game like this? How am I supposed to play a game like this? Oh no. Oh no! Oh my God, no! Y'all, this is too much! Too much for me! Too much for me! Stop! Oh, thank y'all so much! Oh no! Taiyaki with 5 gifted subs, to Nia Onyx, to Lala Lass, to Fuzzy Bunny, to Husky Roman, to Display Salad, and then Ann gifted 5 subs too, to Lemmy Cat, to Christina, to Mert, to Insidious Waffle Fries, to Super Antlers. Can we get some hype in the chat? Oh my God. Y'all, 136%. Oh my God, thank y'all so much. No, let's get some more blankies. Please spam the blankies. Spam the blankies. This is nuts. This is so much. 136%. Y'all are all in so much trouble. My goodness. I'm not crying. I'm just extremely emotional. I'm just emotional, okay? I'm not actually crying. Promise. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. It's just that y'all are a lot. A lot of the best. I'm trying to distract myself with games. Let me... Oh, this is too much. Let me just take a second. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Mystic Silver Moon. Thank you for the sub too. Oh my goodness gracious. I just need a minute. I need a minute. Thank you, Ripsy. I love you too. Y'all are all so sweet. Thank y'all so much. I don't know how to deal with this anymore. I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know how to deal with y'all being so sweet and generous and just... Oh my goodness gracious. It's too much. Thank you for the follow. Mafre, welcome in. Oi. How are you doing? Welcome in. What's the reward for the sub goal? We gotta make one. I've got a couple of ideas. Thank you for the hydrate. I need a drink of water. That's a good point. Oh, I could make the sub goal. I was thinking that we could do more We could do a special stream, like a Lego building stream, or we could do like a special game that's, I don't think that there's any games that I wouldn't play though, so probably not a game, but a cooking, like a IRL stream of some sort, or more VTuber stuff or something like that. Those would be great goals. And also, I spend money on the art for this character, so that would help a lot. Oh my goodness. Y'all, thank y'all so much. I don't know what I did, but I just love y'all a lot. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that y'all like it around here. I don't know why. I don't know why y'all like it around here, but oh my goodness, it's so heartwarming. It's so heartwarming that y'all just want to hang out with me. It means a lot. What's happening with the music? The music's going crazy. Right on the other side, it's still being improved, but it should work now. Say something that would anger me. Say something that would anger you. A star. You're not scary. You're bad at Apex Legends. That's not true, everybody. That's not true. You're bad at Apex Legends. There you go. Hey, you got a rage emote. Yo, is that wait. Is that the that's what their face? That's Blue Thunder. Is that Blue Thunder? Amazing. It's amazing, A-star. Oi! Anybody got some A-star emotes? Shucks. I might just have to pick some up myself. Just you being you and this good community. This community is so amazing. I will admit that. I'll admit that. I don't know how y'all all found me, but everybody here is so wholesome and awesome. And I want to watch movies with y'all and play games with y'all and just share. I just want to share games and time with y'all because that's my love language. My love language is sharing time. If I'm sharing time with you, that's the way that I show love most of the time. I'm not extremely affectionate in any other ways. Music geekery! Oh my goodness! Thank you for the raid! What the heck? What the heck? Everybody, welcome in the raiders! Welcome in! Music geekery! What? Birthday raid? Is it their birthday right now? What the heck? It's birthday time! Oi! Happy birthday! Birthday raid! Woo woo! Woo! Everybody, say happy birthday! I think that it's their birthday. Oh snap! I should probably figure that out first. Thank you so much for the raid and for hopping in. It's been a long birthday stream. Oh, that's what I love to do on my birthday too. I hope it was loads of fun. Oi, oi, oi. I hope you enjoyed it. Alchemist Fire, 12 hours. Oh my goodness, what all did you get up to? I'm just kidding. You need a rest. Music geekery. You just had a long freaking stream, but I'd sing happy birthday to you if you want. Oi, I'm awfully good at singing happy birthday. I know all the words. If you like. But yes, you just had a super long stream. Please take care of yourself. And oi, welcome in. Nice to meet all the music geekery friends. Hi, my name's Earl. I'm a boy. Divey, thank you for the gifted sub for geekery. What? A birthday present. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. That's so generous, Divey. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Oi. You had lots of fun and sure go for it. And thanks. All right, here we go. I've never sang a song while I was a VTuber. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, music geekery. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Oi. Can we get some blankies in the chat? Happy birthday. Oi. Thank you so much for choosing me to raid on your birthday. What the heck? You're not supposed to be giving out presents on your own birthday now. That's against the rules. How dare you? Music geekery. Aw, you got the Sporky emotes. Aw, we love Spork. Can we get another shout out for music geekery? Oi. They just had a birthday. Oi. Is he just a cat full time now? I don't know about that. Oh, you were playing marbles on stream last. Nice. Marbles on stream is so much fun. Did you get lots of points? Did you get any wins? Did Music Geekery win at marbles at all? Be honest. I want to hear about it. Oi. And also, it's good to see you. Is that Ciandias? No, wait. No, you told me how to say your name. You already explained it. You explained your name. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at your message because I need to remember this. You said that it's Siondas. Siondas. I think that's how to say it. Oi, 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 oi. It's good to see you. Welcome in. 2 out of 7. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, 2 out of 7 or 8 track runs you won? Dang. That's some good birthday luck. I'm surprised that worked. Hey, that's awesome. But yes, Music Geekery, if you need to go, I totally understand. If you want to hang out for a bit and just cool off after your stream, you're more than welcome. But oh my goodness, 12 hours is a long time. I'm going to be mad if you don't get water and food right now, though. I'm going to be mad if you don't take care of yourself now. My goodness. But yes, thank you so much for raiding into the stream. We're playing more Cult of the Lamb. We're trying to add more peeps. We've got lots of peeps, and oh my gosh, you came at such a hype time. There was just a hype train, and I was waxing on longly about it. You're gonna grab a drink and then hang out. Hey, nice. Grab yourself a drink. I'll grab one too. Nice. You just got home carrying a box of canned cat food and litter. Yum. Man, you're making me hungry talking about that. Not the cat litter, but the cat food. Just you talking about some fancy feast? Shucks. I wouldn't mind a little fancy feast myself. Just the chicken flavor, tuna flavor. Okay, jokes aside, but I do actually eat tuna out of a can. I do actually just take a can of tuna, open it up, and then just like eat out of it after I squeeze out the juice because it's actually delicious. Actually, tuna is amazing. Look at this little baby that we just saved. Little baby. We gotta get him out of here. They're all alone in the woods. They're so cute. My goodness gracious. Absolutely adorable. That's actually really good with a little splash of teriyaki on it. Okay, well, let me make it worse for you, Ripsy. I actually not only do that, but I also take tuna out of a can, put it on a cracker, and squeeze sriracha sauce onto it. That's my favorite way to eat it. Yum, yum. Sriracha tuna crackers. Tasty. Hey, Clover-chan. What's up? Welcome in. Clover-chan. Hiya, welcome in. Hopefully we can get you into this cult if you'd be interested. I'm just saying, we're accepting new members. Bam! Get dead, you rascal. Bonk. Okay, we can get a new weapon. Nice. A merciless sword, I'll take it. I want a fast weapon. And then we can Did y'all just do this? Hey! How dare you? Don't bug me on the head. Chad just gave me a card. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for the card. It's a red panda. Yes! Red panda. So cute. I love the red panda. You eat tuna out of the can as well, and you give the tuna water to the cats. Yes! That's what we used to do at my house. But I tried to do that with the cats here, and they don't like it. I gave them tuna water and handed it to them. And they wouldn't eat it. They sniffed it and they were like, nah. They're so strange. I cannot believe it. Did not know that. Did not know that any cat would not love tuna. Kenna, I'm not even in yet. I need you in here. Awkward, you gotta be part of this cult. I want you in here. I've been doing so many raffles. So many. I've given you so many chances. I'm starting to believe that you don't want to be in here. I'm just kidding. You'll be in no time. You'll be in no time. It's just a bit of RNG. RNG. Join us. Awkward would make a fantastic cult member. It's true. You're trying. All right. We're going to be back with 2 more chances. Whenever we get back, we'll have 2 more. Are you sure you're living with cats? I know, right? That's what I thought about it. I was like, y'all are going to lose your cat licenses. Your license to cat is going to be revoked. You got to eat the tuna. That's new. I've never seen a trap like that before. Oh, it kills the enemies too. And I just got... here. The chests don't drop items. They drop... they drop food. They don't drop gold. That's interesting. I'm a high-value cult member. I'm waiting for the private invite. Some gift charms. I mean, do I have any spare gifts? I think I have a gift. Dai, if you make it into the cult, I'll give you one of my gifts. I don't actually know where that gift inventory is, but I know that I have one. I know that I at least have one. If you'll actually join Dai, you'll get a gift. Guaranteed. 1 guaranteed pull. This is a healer. I gotta kill him first. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Little troublemaking lamb. Bah, bah. You used to have a sassy Pomeranian that loves carrots. What? Dog that likes carrots? That's amazing. That's amazing. What the heck? Pomeranians are super cute little gremlins. They're little gremlins, but I love them. I love them, but they're annoying. Exactly like Chihuahuas. I love them. I love them. I want to pet them, but they're such little stinkers. They're little stinkers that you just gotta love. I'm clicking on it. Oh, I pressed E. You gotta watch some tutorials? Ooh, Abraxas. I know that you're gonna go watch them, but I'm curious. What kind of tutorials are you watching? Like for art or something like that? But yes, good luck with the learning. We're gonna save them. They're 85% off. Only $8. Only $8 to save this little creature.
This little baby. This little sweet child.
That looks like Human 1. That looked like Human 1. I want Human 1 to get a dinosaur cult member. Dang, there's so many people that I don't have in the cult yet, but I have, like, how many do I have? I have 28. 28 that are alive. There's some dead people back at the base. We gotta get back. We gotta get back. I need to bury some of y'all and revive somebody. I need Alchemic's still alive, right? Yeah, I think Alchemic's alive. Who is the next? I've got to keep the mods alive. Number one, mods must live. Number 2, the people that have been dead the longest should be revived. We got Boku back. Bonk, bonk. I like these little eyeballs. They actually help you fight. Nice. Oh, I could maybe get a new weapon. I'd take this one. This one's good. This one shoots out 4 different tentacles from you. It's very exciting. It's very exciting and amazing. Alive. Yes, yes. I think they are. I think they're all alive. There's several dead people, though. They keep dying. They keep dying of old age. There are necklaces that you can give that'll make them live longer. I'm trying to remember who I gave that necklace to. I may have given it to Alchemic so that they live forever or live for much longer. Because I think I gave Malice the one where they don't sleep. I think I gave Alk the one where you live forever. Hey! How dare you? Why'd I get bonked? What did I do? What did I do? I was trying to be a good cult leader. I can't force you to be in there.
Yes, Alchemic must live forever. We need Alchemic support at all times. Listen, Alchemic, I'm gonna level them up a ridiculous amount, and then they could be my little missionary. My missionary that can go into other chats and preach my good. Actually, no. I think they just, I think they get money. Open up, open up. What do we got? What's for dinner? More fervor. I'll gain a little extra heart, shall we? Lurk, hubby's home. Gotta love him. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Have a good time. Thank you for hanging out, Beans. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy time with hubby. That's so sweet. I miss my boyfriend. Opsty, where are you? I'm thankfully gonna get to see Opsty for TwitchCon. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It's been too long. It's been months and months and months. What the heck? What month is it now? It's like September. I haven't seen Ope since May. That's a long time. That's a long time for a cat boy. Shall we go here? You are struggling with this ambush only arena wins. Ambush only? Ambush only arena wins. Is there a mission for that? I must have missed that. Is that like part of the new event? I did get the new character, by the way. Oh, I'm gonna post it in the Discord right now. It's just a screenshot, but I want to show it anyway because they're so cool. They're so cool. And if you click on them in the character selection screen a few times, then they do different animations. Tayaki got them. Nice. Let's go. We got the whole collection. Pog. Nice. Tayaki. How'd you pull him? Did you get him out of the main gacha? My story. I never said, but I got Black Pearl from a single shiny cookie cutter. I was using singles. I had like 5 extra ones, so I was just blasting through them. And I was even skipping. I wasn't even watching any animations. I was just skipping because they were singles. Only had like 5 of them. And I just went like, okay, skip. Okay, skip. I just got like a couple of like, what are they called? Soul stones. And then boom, Black Pearl showed up. I saw the words and I was like, I cannot believe this.
It's literally, what is the chance? What is the chances? Because I took a picture of that too. The chances of getting Black Pearl the way that I did is 0.054% chance. It is unbelievable luck. I am so glad that hey, don't be mad just because I'm beautiful. Don't be mad because I'm lucky. My luck is back. I had such bad luck last season. I'm so glad. I wasted so many, what are they called? So many freaking gems last season because I had horrible luck. I wasted I went through almost 100,000 gems and barely got anything out of it. It's ridiculous. I'm so glad that my luck turned. I'm just gonna stay close. I'm gonna just stay close to him. Oh my God. That hurts so much. You are not allowed to hit me like that. Okay, we might have this one. I just needed practice with this boss. Oh my God. During a boss fight. What the heck? Bohemian Moon. Thank you for the prime. Oh my gosh. Bohemian. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hang on. Okay, I got to a safe spot. Oi, can we get some blankies in the chat? 25 months. Oh my gosh. This is going to be considered a common law marriage if you don't look out. Bohemian Moon, thank you so much. Oi. It's good to see you. We're playing some more Cult. I couldn't stay away. I was going to play something else today, but I can't help it. Oh my God. Oh, whoa. This is a boss that we've never beaten before. It has a little warning before that thing goes off. We can do this. We're most of the way through. I gotta stay behind them. Here we go. Bohemian, how are you doing today? Welcome in. Too many bullets. What is this bullet hell? Nice. Let's go. We did it. Dive Plus. I'd be a subscriber. Can I subscribe to Dive Plus? Yo, we just beat another big boss. Giant boss. And we got the Heart of the Heretic. Nice. Another boss down. And hey, Aerosimp, what's up? Welcome in. Aerosimp, we just revived you back at the cult. I just revived you. Remember, whenever you showed up, you were really old. You were born old. And I just revived you. So you're back. Aerosimp, it's good to see you. How's your day going? Happy Wednesday to you. Ooh, more stuffs to make. Your sorbet shark cookie isn't garbage. Who said that? Who said that it's garbage for Arena? Oh my gosh, are we talking about Cookie Run? You used to play Cookie Run Kingdom. You got really bored and also tried Cookie Run and you got bored. Yeah, I feel that with Oven Break. Oven Break's kind of boring, Clover Chain. I feel that. Oh, you play Genshin. Okay. That's totally valid. Because Genshin, I feel like everybody can have one gacha game. And you just got to pick which one you want to play. You're always going to main just one. So Genshin is a valid choice. That game's very fun. I personally found it to be too much of an investment. Genshin is too real of a game for me. It's on the line. It's a gacha, but it's a real world. And it's a big game. It's actually fun, But I don't want to play it. It's too much work. But Cookie Run, now that's a fake game. I could play that.
Calamari was always a coward. This land is better now that his pathetic, sniveling carcass is nothing more than a mound of...
What a mess. So this is the god that we're kind of helping kill the other gods, and then I think we kill them. It takes a lot of storage on your phone. I see. Yeah, I started playing Cookie Run a while ago. I think I've been playing it probably the longest that I've played any game for a while. It's almost been an entire year of me being super dedicated to Cookie Run. Although last month I didn't buy the Kingdom Pass, and I didn't buy the Kingdom Pass this season either. I don't think that I will. It's not actually that necessary, thankfully. I started buying the Kingdom Pass assuming that I really needed it, but last season was pretty good, and I got everything done. You can get everything done. The worst part about it is that you just literally get less, oh,
Oh, wow. Bone Wolf's actually mad. It's probably because we left corpses out, but I didn't. I went as fast as, oh my God. Welcome back. Hey, welcome back. Well. Oh, you've played Oven Break since you were in high school. Nice. Yeah, Oven Break seems like a pretty fun runner. It's pretty fun. I really like the, they go like above and beyond with the character design. Why can't I bury them? Okay, I'm gonna fix that in a second. Welcome back, Tayaki. Thanks everybody for reviving them. We've got a dissenter. Oh my God, that's because there's rotting corpses. There's just rotting corpses. Oh my God, Comfiness died. Not Comfiness. How dare. We got so many deaders. My goodness gracious. Okay, we gotta prepare you for burial. Oh my goodness. Well, you'll be back. You'll be back. Okay, we got, who's the angry one? Right here? You're the angry one, right? We're gonna imprison them. Now, this is bad for everybody's, like, collective faith, but it's okay. We'll fix it in some other ways. We'll re-educate them. They'll be back in no time. I know my tax collector died. They were the only tax collector that I had. Chat, give me a single personality trait to forge into a bee. Forge into a bee? What does that mean? What does that mean? A single personality trait? Do-do-do-do-do. We were just talking about the 7 deadly sins last night. Oh, yeah, we got some angry people. It looks like they're hungry too. Whoops. We'll just make some good food. Oh no, I'm in prison. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm a very patient leader. You'll be out of prison in no time. I just wanted to put you in there so that you could think about things, you know? I know that the cult it's getting pretty active and there's a lot of people around here, so I just figured that you need some nice rest in the stocks. Just a bit of re-education. Lupus, you need to go to bed. Lots of people got sick because of the corpses around. Yeah, Lupus, you get some bed rest. Oh my goodness, I need to do just a little bit of cult management. Tayaki's sick too. Oh, the red panda is so cute. I want a red panda in here. I want a red panda. All right, mushrooms and... Oh, let me just grab everything out of here. There we go. And I'm going to stop putting in fertilizer because I'm out of poop. I'm out of poop. And welcome back. Abraxas, did you mention what you were learning about? I think I missed it. I'm so sorry. If I missed any messages in chat, you can just go ahead and post them again. If I didn't respond to them, then that was an accident on my part. Today's been extremely exciting, so it's been kind of hard for me to focus. I can't bury them in that hole for some reason. I think this is bugged. I could save really quick. Oh, Audacity. Oh, they were working in Audacity. Nice. I use Audacity for like everything. Audacity is how I manage like all my sounds. And I did, oh, I guess whenever I was working on YouTube, I used the, I mostly used, oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Foxywoo. Good to see you. Everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. Audacity? Audacity? Is that not how to say it? The absolute audacity? The absolute audacity? Whatever. The program. The program's great. Oh, a little bit of prayer. Nice. I'm just looking around. I'm looking around for problems. Everybody's got relatively good food. Let's see. Meow, meow. The sound of awdaw. Awdaw. The awdaw sound game. The awdaw sound thing. What you're saying is it's a re-education vacation. Nice. Nice. Yes. You get to relax. You don't have to work when you're in prison. Isn't that great? Sick up. Bonk. Bonk. Is there a funny number that I could put Seka at? Is there a number associated with Hatsune Miku? Does anybody know? I'm not a real Miku fan yet, but I promise I'm practicing. I'm gonna probably play some more of that rhythm game tonight. It was really fun. It was good. I played it before. Alchemic may have been there. Alchemic may have been there for that. Here we go. Da-da-da-da. Hey, we'll see you later. Oi, oi, oi. Enjoy your evening. Thank you again for the raid, A-Star. I hope you had a great time. You did say that you had a great time, so I believe you. Oi, but thank you again for the raid. And yes, yes, enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening, you rascal. You remember how bad I was at it, Alchemic? I'm still kind of bad at it. But you gotta know, in rhythm games, I am bad at them unless I know the songs. Like, I have to, if I play a new song, I've got to play it like 4 times before I get a decent score. Oh, Divey, thank you for the lurk. We're about to do a raffle though, and I sure would love to have you in here, Di. No! Why is everybody dying? No! Vigilant Cupcake's dead! No! No. Oh, rhythm games take a while to get used to. Yeah, and you've also got to have the lag has to be perfect. Like, you have to be very careful with your setup. You can't be like having a lot of lag or using controllers that have lag. You gotta be careful. Oh, Joshy's just walking around in the woods. Joshy, what are you doing? So cute. Look a little flatly written. They were just hanging out in the woods. I thought that you were about to take a dump. But no. Tam Tam's saying hi. I don't want to interrupt their conversation because they hate that. But I want to pick up this corpse. You're kind of standing in the way. Oh, there we go. I grabbed it. You're just a woodsman? Yeah, you were just taking a look at the trees. I understand. I understand. I'd do the same thing if I were you. Look at all these graves. We gotta get some, I even restarted the game, but it's still like a bugged grave. We gotta do a revival ceremony. I'll do like the full, like long ritual path thing that we have. The ritual combo. Oh, I'll just build this myself. Aw, Joshy's trying to help. You were just saying that you got a new Firestar character in Genshin, which you haven't gone for a while. I got a double Geo banner. Holy moly. Holy moly, so many words that I don't understand. I didn't get too far into Genshin. I played it for like 3 streams, and I enjoyed it. And I love the characters. I love the character designs. Sick up! It could be bugged in the corner. Yeah, I'll try moving it. That's a great idea, Thiggy Kitty. Let's just schmove it. Move, yes. Oh yeah, and it's like a proper grave too. There we go, nice. Oi, Anne, are you headed out? You gonna go to sleep? Waking up early tomorrow. Okay. We'll see you later, Anne. Hey, I'm saying goodbye to Anne. Anne, thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for all the wonderful art. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to share. Can't wait to share the adorable art. Oi. Everybody say goodnight to Anne. Anne's the reason that this stream's so great. Because almost all the art is by Anne. Oi. Anne, get some rest. I'm glad that you've been feeling better. Pet. I'll do a dance with you before you go to sleep. We also need to start a new anime because we just finished Osama Ranking. We finished it finally. Although it's not actually done, but we finished what was left of it. Oh, thank you. Head pats for a naughty Earl. Nice. Even whenever I'm naughty, I still get head pats. I'm just gonna make a bajillion gold bars because we need to make the mushroom statue. That's been a quest that I've been ignoring for far too long. Hey! Let's see. Mushroom sculpture and bring Plimbo an Eye of the Witness. Oh, I could do that right now. Everybody's doing okay, but we'll do a ritual combo in the morning. And I need to give some gifts to Alchemic and then send them on a missionary trip. Oh, you've been watching Fire Force. Fire Force good. I really enjoyed it. I've not finished it yet, but I love the characters. Isn't the manga done by the same guy that did Soul Eater, right? Man, I love the art style. The characters are so good. Okay, I gave him an eye. Oh, he'll give me more of these. These are to unlock the fleeces or the outfits that I wear. Yeah, Fire Force is sick. I really love the idea. I need to finish watching it because it's so freaking good. The animation is amazing in that show. I love it. Have you heard of this anime called Case Study of Vanitas? Vanitas? No, I've never heard of that, Tezuka. What genre is it? Oh, I'm already out of eyeballs. Nice. Okay, but we can get another fleece. Let's go fleece shopping, shall we?
Shall we?
We could, all of the fleeces make the game harder. They make the game harder The one that I'm wearing right now is like one of the riskier ones because if you die, you lose everything. Normally, aw, Bone Wolf is sad. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've been naughty. You've been naughty. I'm so sorry. Bone Wolf, you'll be out of there in no time. I wish I could skip the night for you. Oh, okay. Okay, it's morning. It's morning. It's morning. Okay, re-educate. Here, learn. Oh, and everybody's saying good morning. Oh, never mind. They're pointing and laughing at you. I'm sorry. It's bullying. Oi, Jedi, welcome in. How are you doing? Oi, oi. I hope that you start feeling better, Jedi. Recruit elderly followers. Ooh, free recruitments. That's good. So now we can recruit a bunch of people. Who's ready for the raffle? Who's ready for the raffle? There's a lot of people that we need in here. Oh, red panda. Oh, I was gonna build these really quick. Let me build this wood and stone mines, and maybe we can find a better way to set them. Let's find a better layout so that I can put some roads out here, because I want this cult to start looking a little bit better. So let's do some buildy. Some buildy. Buildy. So we could put them like this, maybe. Yeah, we could put it here. That's a little close to the road, right? But I think it would work. I can't move that. Yeah, I think if we do this, it'll work pretty well. Let's move this thing out of here. I'll just, yeah, move it here. Bonk. There we go. It looked like a little bush. The little hidden bush. Bush in the woods, bush in the woods. There we go. And then more. Oh, Ali Yuri, you're off to bed too? Hey, get some good rest. Oi, oi, oi. Ali, get some good rest. I'm looking forward to more art. Looking forward to more art. Oi, oi. You got yourself a loyal follower now. Now you got yourself a loyal follower. I be watching. I'm watching you, Ali. I'm watching you and your shenanigans. It's supernatural with vampires, and it takes place in the 1800s. Ooh, that's interesting. I am kind of obsessed with vampire stuff, so that is interesting. This interests me. Vampires are my favorite monster. Cobblestone. Let's try dirt. Let's try dirt and see if it blends in well. Hey! How dare you? My frey. Oi! Oi, 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 you watch it with that hammer. Oh, dang it, I messed up. More roads. Right here. Because I need them to connect. This grid is so confusing. Yeah, maybe it needs to be this thick. That looks pretty good, right? It's a little blocky. It's a little blocky, but I can't help it. They don't encourage you to do things like that. Oh, but it looks, the texture's perfect. The texture's perfect. Maybe it'll look better with stuffs. Watching me too? You bet I am. Very suspicious. Very suspicious of that Abraxas. Abraxas do be making stuff. I'll keep an eye out just in case. Just in case you're getting up to shenanigans. Vampires are the best. Did you notice that I have a little tooth? Did you notice that I have a little tooth on my face? That's for biting. That's for biting. Naughty chatters. I need to make it so that I can zoom in during stream. Maybe that's something that I can do before tomorrow. Hey! How dare you? How dare you, Katrina? Oi! This road looks like garbage. This looks horrible. I thought it would look cool, but I think you have to do everything diagonal in this game. It looks awful. Let's be honest. It looks horrible. Okay. Oh, thank you for the gnome. It showed up. I love it so much. There's also skateboarding or like a roller skating anime that you want to watch that's recommended by a family member. Ooh, yeah, I like a little bit of skating. I haven't watched too many. Also, my Frey, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for making your first time chat showing that you're a little troublemaker. I like that. I'm glad. I'm glad. Also, Thiggy Kitty, it's so good to see you. Oi, 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 oi. Thiggy Kitty's in the cult. Listen, if Thiggy Kitty's in the cult, you should be too. And let's pick a fleece, and then let's get some people in here, and then we could do a sermon. Oh, we also get to pick a crown. Do they change the actual look of your crown? When killed on a crusade run for the first time, you can sacrifice somebody. I'm never going to do that. We'll do the meal one. So this one lets me eat one meal and gives me a little extra heart before I start missions, which is nice. I think it upgrades my crown, like makes it look fancier. Or it did for a second. Is it different? I can't tell. Okay, we're gonna look at fleeces. So I'm using one, the hardest one, but let's pick another good challenge. So you take double damage, but your damage dealt is increased with each kill, like a combo, but resets when you get hit. That sounds hard. Curses deal double damage and cost half the fervor, but melee weapon damage is down. That sounds like garbage. I don't like using fervor that much. Draw 4 tarots at the beginning of a run, but none can be drawn after. That's weird, but interesting. All hearts are replaced by 1.5 times the amount of blue hearts. That's kind of cool. You don't get to revive your hearts, but you get more of them. I think that that's a good thing to keep around just in case. Have y'all heard of Dragon Needs a Home? It's an anime about a dragon looking for a home since he got kicked out of his own home. That sounds so funny. Are they like, they just have like a semi-human design? I'm guessing they're not an actual like size of a dragon. Thank y'all for the totem stuff. I done told them that y'all were the best. Jedi's alive. Jedi's alive and at the gravesite doing a little bit of prayer. Bless. All right, we're gonna let some more people in because we should have room. And we're a little bit out of food, but we could do another fast. Okay. Good luck, everybody. We're gonna do a follower raffle. Dang it, it's bugged. It's bugged. We already have Ocean Wolf. Dang it. Here we go again. Here we go again with this nonsense. Okay, great. Well, I don't want to give you a job because you have to be executed. We have to execute this follower now. Dang it, stupid bugs. Why does this game all buggy like that? Okay, we gotta execute them quickly. Because they're fake. They're fake. They're pretending to be Ocean Wolf, but they're not. We'll do ritual. And we'll do a ascend follower. People actually like this. They like this. This increases faith somehow. All right, now we got to pick the right person. They're level 1. Okay, it's this one. This one's the faker. Get them out of here. They're fake. There's simulacrum. It's a red dragon, a big red dragon who's a big cinnamon roll. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, season 3 of Mob Psycho is coming out. I did not know that. I didn't know that there was gonna be more. I love Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho's great. I've watched all of it, which is not normal for me. I normally pick up animes and leave them. No, another dead person. No, Champion the Raven Queen didn't make it to the sacrifice because they were dead. Oh no, hey! No. Dang it, everybody's dying. Okay, can we bury them now? Is it? No, it's not unbugged. We'll just delete it. They're cheap enough. We got a lot of gold. We'll be able to build our new mushroom statue. Hey, thank you for the follow. Oi, oi, oi. It's a great day to be gay. It sure is. Oi, oi, how are you doing? Pride Month continues every single month here at the Earl of Suds channel. Oi, oi, oi! Can we get some pride in the chat? Anybody got some pride emotes? Got anything to be proud of, friends? I think we already did everything. Did we already? Oh, just some basic decorations. Bingo does that. Nice. We're done. We did everything, I think. Right? Unless something unlocks later. Maybe whenever you finish all the bosses, then it unlocks another thing. I'm supposed to do this now, right? We're gonna save this time. We got rid of the faker. And this works now, right? Nice. Okay, we're doing another raffle. Everybody's welcome. Join the cult. Join the cult. Aw, look at all the pride in chat. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the pride emotes. Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. Cloverchan, Ripsy, Rusty, Katrina. Yeah. Let's go. It's a great day to be gay. Whoopee. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. Hi there. I'm a cowboy named Earl. And I'm pansexual. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. I'm in a state of panic at all times.
At all times, everybody's hot. What am I supposed to do when everybody's a cutie? How dare y'all confuse me so? What am I supposed to do with y'all? Huh? Y'all stop being cuties right now. You're all under arrest. Okay, we're gonna open it up. Who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Here we go. Hey, Miss Janine, welcome into the cult. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Our first person joining the cult today is Miss Janine. And by today, I mean in-game day. We already added some more people, but we should have room for more. You're probably going to start the Promise Neverland this weekend. Nice. I love that show. That show's good. But I haven't watched the second season. Haven't watched it. Maybe I shouldn't say that I love the show if I've only seen one season, right? But Promise Neverland is very interesting. No spoilers. Nobody talk about any spoilers because it is a very interesting show. And if you haven't seen it, don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look at anything. If you've already been spoiled, it's still worth it. But it's best if nothing is spoiled. Look at Miss Janine, cute little blue baby. Blue baby, blue baby. Everybody welcome this little blue cutie. Little cutie. You're naturally obedient, you're a slothful, and you're faithless. Nice. Nice. You just looked up how many episodes there are? Nice. Yeah, there's not too many. I have not seen that, as I said, I did not see that second season yet. Whoa, where are you going? We gotta dance. We gotta welcome you in. Let's go. Miss Janine, welcome in. Let's double check our houses. Thank y'all for the contributions to the totem. Okay, so the trick... Oh, there's money in here. There's money in some of these houses. What the heck? Why is there loads of money? When did this happen? Look, it says receive 10 gold. When did this start? Did I get like a perk or something that I didn't notice? Maybe it's because of it being a max cult? How? How am I getting all this money? We have way too much money. It's rent? I didn't know that there was rent in this game. No, it's too real. It's too real. I'm not robbing people. I feed everybody. I'm the one that cooks all the food. There's no robbery. They're just paying for ingredients. Speaking of ingredients, let's make some food. Yum. And then we'll add another person because I think we got plenty of houses. Oh, I made a mistake. No. Don't eat that. No. How do I stop? I can't stop. Nobody eat that. That food's burnt. Don't eat it. No, somebody's going to eat it. Somebody's going to eat it and die. Clean it. Oh my God, I got it. Whew. Okay, we got it. We got it. Thank goodness. If somebody ate that, they may have died. That would have been bad. Are you just robbing people? Robbing people? No, couldn't be. Me, a robber? Never. I wouldn't steal anything. But your heart. Meow. And maybe I would steal a little snack off your plate. But I'm just saying, like, if you leave your plate out, you're just inviting me to have a snack. Thank you. Anne is sick. Oh no, my Anne. Anne will be fine. Anne's in bed rest. Anne's going to sleep. We got a couple of levelers. Should we go do... Okay. Let's load up some seeds. Get the seeds, yes. You will plant these things. We're going to add another person in a second. I just want it to be daytime. Otherwise, they're going to go straight to bed. Well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, let's do another raffle. Oh, dang it. I should have saved. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's not bugging. Thank goodness. All right. Everybody's welcome. Come on. Raffle. Everybody's welcome in. Come to my cult. I promise to take good care of you, probably. Oi. Join the poop eaters today. We don't eat poop. It's just the name. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? We got 10 participants. All right. That's quite enough. That's quite enough. No more entries. No more. Nobody else can participate, all right? Clearly, these 10 people, one of them, they're going to get in. Here we go. Boom. In the raffle. Hey, Rusty Keys, welcome in. Oi, oi, oi. Now, you make sure you don't give anybody lockjaw. Hey, enjoy picking out your character. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Rusty Keys. You're a little deer, baby. Little cute deer. Pet. You can pick whatever form you want. You can pick form, color, and I think pattern. I'm not sure, because I've never designed a character, because all of my followers are people from chat, and they do the designing. I haven't done any design work, not at all. Take your time. I'm gonna turn on that Hudson Mohawk song if you don't hurry, though. I'm just warning you. That. Hey, yeah, go get that laundry done. We'll see you in a bit, Alchemic. Good luck with the laundry. You need luck. It's dangerous business. You never know when one of the clothes might jump onto your face and try to strangle you to death. Don't let them! Make sure you wrangle those clothes. Spray them with bleach if they act wrong. Aw, donkey. Cute. I love you, little tuffet. It looks like you get to pick hair, because that hair changed. This is adorable. Adorable little burrow. Little burrowing donkey. You're a germaphobe. You're a sloth. You're gullible. Fantastic. Welcome in, Rusty. Rusty the burrow. All right, you can go to bed. You go to sleep. You go to sleep right now, which is far late. It is far too late for you to be walking around. Go ahead. We got plenty of houses. Too many of them, to be honest. Okay. I wonder if we can build that mushroom statue yet. That's what I've been saving for. I've been saving up all my money. For the, let's see, what does it cost? Now I just have to pick a spot for it, because we can afford it. It's a weird mushroom statue. Maybe I'll just put it over in the corner for now. This will just be like a little shrine that you can go to if you want to. If you're feeling lucky and you want to go into the woods and pray to something, you can pray right here. Nice. It's almost daytime. We're going to do another raffle. And then we'll do like a ritual attack, a super time attack. Let's level people, though. Tam! We just get loads of money now. What the heck? I don't know why this is happening. I don't remember getting like a money perk, but oh my gosh. Maybe it's because I don't have a tax collector? I'm not sure. Maybe all the taxes were like automatically, maybe they were automatically like gotten before. How's our little huge cult going? We actually have a lot of dead people right now. We're at 29. It's really hard for me to get above the number 29 and keep them alive. Tam, you're still alive, I think. We'll revive you if not. I see, very profitable indeed. I should have saved. Dang it. We're gonna do another one. All right, we're raffling. Come on, get in. Come on, everybody, welcome in. Get in. We need maximum friends. Hey, come on now, get in here. Great day to be gay.
How dare you, partner? Don't be smacking me on the head. Praise the Earl of Such. It's the Blue Anarchist. Wait a minute.
I think I've heard of you. Around these parts. Welcome in. What's up? Anarchists, nice. We welcome all anarchists into our cults. You're totally allowed. Listen, you can have whatever political beliefs you want, just so long as you bow down to the one true lamb. The one true lamb that goes out and dies for you every single night because I'm bad at this game. All right, here we go. Boom. Hey, Awkward, you finally got in. Yay. Oi. You've been trying so hard. You finally got in. Nice. Thank you. Why are you getting random subtitles? Those are auto-generated by Twitch. You can turn those off. They're always inaccurate. I talk too fast and sloppily. They don't mean anything. If I say anything, the subtitles are going to look dumb. Just go ahead and turn them on if you want to see how bad they are. See? It didn't get any of that, did it? It didn't understand a word I said. It's probably my accent, to be honest. But nice to meet you. How are you doing? Dark Revenant, I say. Revenant? Is that Revenant? Wait a minute. It was activated automatically. Shaking my head. Jeff Bezos, how many times have I told you? How many times have I told you? Turn off those dang subtitles. Nobody wants to read subtitles. Just kidding. I always watch sub, never dub. Never dub. Joining everybody's cults, thank goodness. Thank goodness. We need people just like you. Dark Revenant, thank you so much. You're an absolute asset, a boon. Fennec Fox, cute. I love it. Look at the adorable. Look at the absolute adorableness on this baby. Oi, awkward. You're picking cute character. Cute character for a cute person. Oi. Hey, some dubs are amazing. That is true. I'm not a hater of dubs. And I also super respect everybody that does dubbing because I would love to do dubs myself. It's super impressive work. It's really, really hard to do, and they do a great job. And some dubs are really good. Like, I love Full Metal Alchemist's dub. I actually don't mind the dub. I know it's cringe, but I actually kind of enjoy it. The dub of, what's it called? Death Note. Because Death Note's a really silly show, so I don't mind it being like kind of dopey. And I like, I love the dub. The best dub ever, besides Ghost Stories, is, what's it called? Cromartie High School. Cromartie High School is like already a really sarcastic show. And I think that the dub's actually way better than the sub because the sub plays it like straight way more. And the dub is like, it embraces the silliness. Like it embraces the ridiculousness of the situation. I think it is literally better. Oh yeah. And Cowboy Bebop's good too. I normally watch Cowboy Bebop dubbed. So I'm not just a hater. I just generally don't like copy paste voices that are in like a bajillion dubs. Like there's one character that I do not like. Actually, there's 3 characters that I don't like in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, I don't like the voice for May. I don't like the voice for, the child of the Colonel, not Mustang, not Colonel Mustang. Who is it? Oh my gosh, how am I forgetting? But it's basically all the little girl voices. Like the little girl voices are always kind of cringe.
Oh, Oni-chan. I'm a little girl, but I'm actually a grown woman.
You think that English dubs are done out of DF dub? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about Brotherhood. I would love to be a voice actor someday. That would be so much fun. It'd be so much fun. I don't think I could do it, but you know, I still got hopes. Also, you're old. You're old. Old dancing. And don't worry, Awkward. You gotta pick out the best character. I understand. You're adorable. And whenever you die, we'll revive you, okay? So no worries. We're out of followers. We're gonna have to I gotta return to Sozo as well. We got plenty of beds. Oh, with a little bit of re-education, you'll be out. Bone Wolf is good. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I'm glad that you could see my side of things. Welcome back, Bone Wolf. Welcome back. Okay. Everybody looks healthy. And we're going to do a ritual. We're going to do like a ritual cluster. Here we go. We're going to do... The cluster is sermon first. You make the high anime voice just to make your friends cringe. Nice. Perfect. I love that. I love making my friends cringe. That's the best. But yeah, I love Brotherhood. I have not seen the original Full Metal Alchemist. I've watched Brotherhood like 6 times, and I've watched the dub and the sub. They're both good. And I have a big tattoo of Full Metal Alchemist with Ed and Al. So first we do mushrooms. This is gonna lock everybody's loyalty. Oh, you're a Brotherhood fan. Well. A fan of being a brother. I see. So you've got 9 siblings, so of course you like Brotherhood. Of course you do. We're gonna do no eating. Well. If it isn't Edward Elric.
I think that you could use some hugs from my muscles. Well, well, well. The Elric brothers working too late. You need to take care of yourselves.
The original is still good? Yeah, it did go off the manga because the manga didn't finish.
It wasn't done. It wasn't finished yet.
Favorite vampire anime? Ooh, a vampire anime that I haven't seen. I'll answer that question. But one that I haven't seen that I want to watch really bad is Shiki. I want to see Shiki so bad. It's supposed to be very good. But my favorite one, well, it's kind of hard to say. Is Tokyo Ghoul count? I don't think that Tokyo Ghoul quite counts, right? It's close. It's close. I love Tokyo Ghoul, but most traditional one, probably Hellsing Ultimate, I would say. Hellsing Ultimate, good. Good. It's so dark. Which one's dark? Oh, Shiki? Yeah. I love dark shows. I love crying. If I watch a show, I want to cry. I just finished Osama Ranking with Anne, and I had shown the first episode to my roommate after I'd taken a long break from the show, and I was like, huh, this isn't as sad as I remember. But holy moly, I started watching the rest of that show, and my God, I cried every episode, every single one. Like, I wasn't trying to like get a streak going or anything, but I cried every single episode. The opening alone made me cry several times because it's so freaking good. And it's so sad. It's such a good show. Osama Ranking is like very, very serious. Like it's still silly and adorable, but it is shockingly serious. Like they play almost everything straight in that show, and it's really good. It's very, very dramatic, and it make me cry. It make me cry every time. I love Boji so much. Boji's so sweet. Ah! I love them. Sudsy, may I work? Huh? Work. What do you want to work on? You die for Boji? I already did. I gave up my soul. Boji harvested my soul. I love all the characters though. All the characters are great in that show. That's the other thing. I think my favorite design from that show is the King of the Underworld. I'm trying to remember his name. But the King of the Underworld is my favorite design. I love his brother too. The one with the big bushy pants. The one with the big fat pants. He's my favorite. He's my spirit animal. He's canonically gay in my mind. And is also me. Yes, the two brothers are the best. Earl Chan, Chainsaw anime is supposed to be coming this fall. Oh, I read some of Chainsaw Man. I need to get some more of those mangas. I need to make a manga fund so that I'll keep buying them. Also, Vio, what's up? How are you doing? I didn't know that you'd watch that show. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Hang on. Hot take. Really quick, okay? I'm not going to spoil anything from Osama. This will not contain spoilers. But this is my hot take. The entire show's fantastic. I loved all of it, except for the last episode. The last episode is absolute horse. Like horse. Like it's awful. It's a horrible last episode. I'm going to keep watching the show, but it's awful. It's awful. It angered me deeply. It's just really, really poorly done. It's still a good show. I still love it, and I'm gonna keep watching it because there's gonna be more episodes. But it's really, really frustrating and super contrived. But it's still totally worth. It's still totally worth. And I will feel way better about that last episode depending on how they continue the seasons. Like if they continue the story and it's good, then my opinion will get better. But I'm a little worried. I'm a little bit worried, but also hopeful. Stinner died. I know. Everybody's dying. We got to do a revival ceremony. We're actually right now we could do a free revival without any negative side effects. Oh, praying at the grave. So sweet. So sweet. Is it Vio's birthday? Oh my gosh. It's your birthday? What? Oh my goodness. I haven't checked the Discord enough. Oi. Happy birthday, Baba Booey. Oi. Vio. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I got something. It's Vio's birthday. It's Vio's birthday. Hang on. I got something. Let me see. I've got recordings. I've got recordings that were sent to me by Vio. And I want to set up, I'm going to write this down right now. I want it to make that sound whenever Vio comes into the chat. I'm writing this down on a letter that I have here. I'm going to say, Vio welcome sound. Because I need to do this later. I can't set it up at the moment. But I need to do it because it's awesome. Oi, oi, oi. And Vio, can I sing happy birthday to you? I only know how to sing it in English, okay? So I can't do any better than that. Oi, but everybody put some blankies in the chat. It's Vio's birthday. Oh my goodness. We've got 2 birthdays in the chat today. It's Vio's birthday, and then it's also, it's Music Geekery's birthday too. We got double birthdays. All right. I'm going to sing my best. Don't forget to save. Oh, I didn't close the game. I just alt-tabbed. Don't worry. The game is just fine. Everybody join in. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, LVO. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Vio, thanks for sharing some of your birthday with us. Oi, you didn't have to do that. Mister. Well. If it isn't our friend Vio. Vio's been here forever. Oi. Thank you for all the birthday hype. Vio's such a sweet person. Vio's so cool. Everybody loves Vio. Or they don't know Vio. Those are the 2 choices. You either know Vio or you love Vio. You either don't know Vio or you love Vio. That's the 2 options. Lemonberry's here too. Yay! Lemonberry, how are you doing? Oi. We got so many friends in here right now. Oh my gosh, this cult bussin'. Bussin'. No cap. Okay, we're gonna revive somebody. Let us revive. One of the children have died. We'll do Ritual of Resurrection. Welcome back, whoever we're gonna pick. Let's see, who needs to be revived next? And then we're gonna go on a mission so that we can get more cult members. So is Lynn's dead? Is Lynn's actually dead? I can close out of this, right? And check. We need Lynn's back if I can. Let's see. I think Lynn's is actually dead. I think Lynn's is gone, right? I haven't seen them in forever. Oh my God. Oh, that's a lot of grieving. Everybody literally walked out and started grieving. Okay, Lynn's is actually dead. We're gonna revive Lynn's then. But now it's nighttime, and they'll get mad if I get them out of their beds. They'll be very angry. Cyberwolf, are you dead? I don't know about that. I don't think so. Also, flatly written. What do you want? They were like yelling at me for something. Hey, Champion the Raven Queen's back. Let's go. Oi. Good job, chat. Thank y'all so much. Y'all brought them back. Whoopee. They returned. Poor lids. Lids. I can leave everybody here though, because they can manage themselves. Let's go look for more followers really quick, because we get to go to a new area, I think. Oh, just one left and then Big Boss. This is pretty cheap, 50 bucks. I'll take it. I'm gonna save this elephant. My sweet elephant friend. Come back to my cult. I'll take good care of you. Don't worry, I won't even let you die. Oh, do I have to wake up everybody for this? I think I do, but I'm not sure if it has a negative side effect. Let's watch. Man, if only you walked into the chapel. Wait, what do I gotta do? What do I gotta do to walk into the chapel? Okay, I see no negative side effects. Saw none. Oh yeah, and you're right, faith is frozen anyway. Nice, they can't get mad. Yeah, you can't get mad if your faith is locked. Listen. A little bit of musha, never hurt anybody. New little attack. It's a freeze. Okay, so same radius, but freeze. This axe is pretty good. I like the axe. And this is where the silk is. So we can collect stuff to upgrade, what is their face? The stone things. We can upgrade our stone manufacturing zones. I wonder, it's probably like little clusters of webs that it comes out, right? Oh, you're saying if you just walk into the chapel when we revived the person. Oh. What happens in the chapel whenever they revive? Is there like some special animation or something? Bam. 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 Oh, if only I walked into it. Does something creepy happen? Zoop. I'm looking for the fluff. I don't see the item, but it's got to be here. This is the last area. It's 3 a.m. I'm already a zombie. Nice. Nice. Got any zombies in the chat? Got anybody staying up late? Oh my gosh. I was up till 6 a.m. playing Cookie Run last night. I can't help it. The new update, it's got me good. I love the new game mode. The new game mode, big fun. Neither one of these is, hang on. Bam. This is a great secondary. Oh, I should have dodged. Whoa! Is that because we're in the spider zone? We're looking for Sheila? Oh, it's Nessie! Hey, Nessie's here! Oi, oi, oi! Nessie, you're dead! I mean, Nessie, hello there. Oi, 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 oi! Nessie, it's good to see you. What the heck? I'm so excited about tomorrow. Tomorrow gonna be big fun. I'm waking up early. I'm waking up early. I'm canceling everything. Bam. Bam. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, I got some of the item that I needed. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yes! Nessie! Thank you for the shout out. Nessie is amazing. Nessie is amazing. And is the leader of my stream team. Stream team. They're super funny. They have an amazing model. They're very funny. They're very, very funny. They have a piss tuber mode. Listen, you gotta follow for the piss tuber just by itself. We love Nessie. Nessie's one of the funniest people I've met on this platform. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Damn! Get out of here. Get out of here and become frozen. Become frozen. Do you ever feel like a frozen spider? Hey! VO! Oi, oi, oi! Everybody bully Nessie with how awesome they are. Nice.
Nice. Splendid.
Also, what the heck? Nessie also is such a good judge of people. I love so many of the people that are in the group. I follow everybody, and I love everybody in the stream team. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's shocking. It's shocking how well we vibe. I've never vibed with such a large group before. Piss tuber, I'm in. Heck yes. Go follow Nessie. Go. I gotta gas up Nessie more. I need a script. Nessie, can you work with me on like a little script for whenever I'm promoting your stream so that I can make sure that everything's accurate? Also, we got beetroots. We got beets. Sadly, it's my time for the day. I have to go have a birthday dinner. Of course. Oi, Vio, it's your birthday. You're not supposed to be watching streams all day. Hey, enjoy the rest of your birthday, Vio. Thanks for popping in on your special day. Goodness gracious. So sweet. We love you, Vio. Enjoy the rest of your day. Forward unto more followers. Yes.
Shamura, for your wisdom we make this offering. Knower of all, in you we seek the answer.
How about seek the answer right here? Boom. Bam. Boom. Who bonked me? Who was that? Ashley Rose. Hey, Ashley Rose. How are you doing? Welcome in. It's been a super chaotic stream. It's been a mess. I'm an emotional wreck. I'm an emotional mess. I was having a weird day, and then I joined the stream, and everybody was super generous, and a bunch of people raided, and my heart is both broken and healed. I don't know what to feel anymore. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to feel. I want mommy. I want milk. I want to be stepped on by the new cookie. Go! Hey, whoa. Bam.
Get bodied!
Nice. Mushroom Gal's dead? No, not the fungal female. The fungal female has perished. Rest in ashes. Give me more. You decline the marriage? Okay, see, that's why I asked. Because we need to do some marriages. I forgot about that. We need to marry somebody. Whenever we get back, we'll do a marriage ceremony. Bat! Oh, that's cuter than real bats. Real bats are so gross. Look how cute this thing is. Oh, art is so amazing because it can make ugly things cute. I love it. Everything is awesome. I haven't breathed for the first time in so long at all. Yeah, yeah. Thanks to you, everything is awesome. Since you've been gone. Ooh. Ooh, I break. Look, it gives me money now. What the heck? Don't give me money, you silly old statue. Don't you need it? Don't you need all that money? We're in a brand new area for anybody that doesn't know, and there's a bunch of bugs. There's a bunch of little bugly bugs.
Bug.
You didn't want to be part of the what? Of the who? Of the when? What'd you say? What'd you just say? You didn't want to be part of a what? What is that word? Is that a slur? Am I allowed to say that? Get out! Ah! You scared the bejeebus out of me. I forgot that this was a horror game. Nessie, I haven't been jump scared in years. I can't believe you got me. I can't believe you got me like that. I'm mad, but I also think it's kind of funny that you scared me that much. This is a giant cave, though. It's actually fitting. Actually, for the first time, Nessie, that's an appropriate sound effect for you to use. Surprisingly. Oh! Thank you for the head pat, Abraxas. Thank you. I'm not a furry. Bam. Bam, everything's dead. Yay. Oh? Well. Chance to heal? Nice. I'll always take vampiric weapons. Always. Vampirism is my favorite, it's my favorite thing to have in games. Especially games like this, where hearts are, like, hard to come by. Chance for heart? Attack rate. I'll take the attack rate, actually. Also, thanks for the food. Thanks, chef. I need to have an eating emote eventually. Bonk. Bonk. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll make the sub goal like multiple expressions. A multiple expression redeem? Very exciting. Get out of here! Oh my gosh, it's got blood on its head. That's disgusting. Oi! What are you doing here?
He waits by the rocks of the darkened sea at the foot of a long sudden drop. Within the maw of pointed teeth beasts, the shutter of the heart then stopped. He was the fifth bishop of the old faith, our brother, the one who waits. Back then he was known as the name Narendra. But as the millennia wore on, he grew discontented with his role. He began to question. He was gluttonous in his ambition. And in my imprudence, I loved him. For it, I lost my mind. For it, he lost his freedom. Can you fathom such betrayal, Lamb? Of your own turned against you? Would you like to find out? No. He was the...
Oh my god. Shut up. My baby! Who said that? Not Tam Tam! Leader, I'm sorry. Ah! Tam Tam, what's happening? Ah! 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 Hey! No! Tam Tam, no! Put that sword down! Put that sword down! Hey! Whoa! Watch it with that. Hey, what did we talk about playing with weapons? Do not play with weapons! Hey, I locked up that sword for a reason. That was locked. How'd you get it? How'd you get it? Ah! Tam Tam! I'm sorry! How dare you strike the leader? You strike the leader, I strike you down. It's kill or be killed. Shucks, that is so sad. What the heck? Tam Tam turned on me. How dare? Shaking my head. Oh, also Jess, welcome in. Welcome in. Wholesome Cult continues. Apparently I'm starting to kill our followers because I have to. I didn't want to, I swear. I swear it wasn't a choice. If the game gave me a multiple choice quiz, I would have not chosen that. But it's too late now. They turned their sword on me, and you know what? That's too far. That's a bridge too far. My kindness has limits. Give me some money. Give me some money. Started to kill followers. Excuse me. You could always revive Tam Tam for their noble sacrifice. Yes. Oh no, we're gonna revive them, all right. I've got no hard feelings, but they had to die. Bam. Ah, come back, you stinking spiders.
You nasty little webbed beasts.
Ooh, give me all the silk. Yes. I'm gonna make some silk outfits. Everybody's gonna get a new robe.
A new robe for every follower.
Oh, is this the end? Oh my god. Oh my god, big spider. Giant spider. We gotta kill this thing quick. Because it might summon babies. It's gonna have babies.
Oh no, my babies.
Ew, gross. Gross little webbling creatures.
Kill it with fire.
Oh wait, I'm not wearing my purple outfit. I'm not wearing the perp. I'm wearing the blue. So my hearts don't revive properly. I don't think, because I can't get hearts back from vampirism. This sucks. I'm never using this outfit again. I forgot that it wouldn't work. Okay, keep that in mind. If you use the blue outfit, you can't be a vampire. That sucks. Also, Torrance, what's up? Welcome in. And Ocean Wolf, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. I'm so glad that you got to be part of the cult. Nice. You are now a permanent fixture. Oh, also, I'll take the feather necklace. I want to be able to give a gift. A gift for the winner. Zoot. Oh, nice. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. All right, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back and we're gonna recruit some more peeps. We gotta beat these mini bosses 3 more times, and then we fight the big boss, and then we go to the like official boss area. Oh, thank you for contributing. Thank you, Ashley. Oi, oi. You just brought some crackers. Yum, yum. Crackers delicious. If you get saltine, like the proper saltine brand, I'll eat those crackers just by themselves. Followers were inspired by your successful crusade. Oh no! No! No, they're dead! Who are they? Which one's dead? Also, Twitch chat is deciding something. Please, look kindly upon my small little baby colt. I'm doing my best, I promise. Hey, Linz is back. Let's go. Linz. Oi, oi, oi. Y'all have returned one of my mods. They're so happy. They're cute. Linz, I might have a gift for you. Let me check what kind of gifts I have. Well done. Every one of y'all. Y'all saved my mod. Thank y'all so much. I have a small gift. I have 2 of them. This increased movement speed. I'm just going to give them one small gift.
One small present.
Presently, I shall give you a present. I shall present you presently with a present. Splendid. They love me. Da, 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 da. All right, who wants to get married? Who wants to get married? Come on, come on. Simp check, simp check. Look at all this money. Oh, it's because I know why it is. I know why we're getting money now, because devotion doesn't exist. Devotion doesn't exist. Oh, wait, you killed me. No, I did not. I did not kill you. You died of old age. I would never kill you. Well, probably not. Not in this game, anyway. Okay, sermon time? You want to get married platonically? Oh, well, of course. There's no kissing in this game. I don't think. That'd be a good surprise, though. A little smoochy between cult members. What's a kiss between cult members? Come on now. Let's not be silly. Let's not be silly. Watch this. Hallelujah. Ding dong. Ding dong. Kiss the homies goodnight. I know, right? Hallelujah. Da da da. All right, here we go. Hooray! Hooray! Whoopee! Finally married. Finally got married. What I've always wanted. What I've always wanted. Congratulations on your marriage. Enjoy the wedding. You can marry as many followers as you like. Oh, really? Is that true? Marrying the tax collector seems sus. I know, right? I need to make you the tax collector again. Your spouses will become increasingly jealous every time that you remarry. Just like real life. Shaking my head. Let's remake Nessie the tax collector.
It was so hilarious. Have you seen the faces, Nessie, that they make whenever they get the taxes? They look so evil. It's so funny. They look so greedy. This is so goofy. And they wear a hat. They wear a hat. Fancy, fancy. Yes. That big smile, that big crap-eating grin. I love it. Ooh, a tarot card of love. Fidelity demands sacrifice. Is that true? Well, that's what I've been doing wrong this whole time. Oh, and welcome back, Toasted. Da, 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 da. Elisar is over here. We got so much money. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. Oh, we could recruit a new person. Let's double check. We got plenty of houses. Yes. But yeah, there's no point in devotion anymore. So all devotion has been turned into money. Okay, who wants to be a follower? It didn't bug. I'm so lucky. I should have saved. Oi! Everybody get in here! Everybody go, 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 go! Come on now. Who wants to be part of the cult? Listen, you have an opportunity to marry me, okay? Here we go, here we go, here we go. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Is Ripsy here? Hey! What did I get bonked for? What'd I do? Oh, it's Drex! Hiya, Drex. How are you doing? What an entrance. What a fine entrance you've made. Ahem. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh, nice. A little bit of bait and switch. Sheesh. Oi. Nice to meet you, Ghost Oreos. Thanks for the follow. Oreos are delicious. What's the best amount of stuffing? That's the question. You like double stuff, triple stuff, max stuff? I think that double stuff is the limit for me. And I think, yeah, normal and double stuff are probably my favorites. And I think the mint ones are the best because they taste like delicious toothpaste. What? What? Nessie! Nessie, what the? Hey, you're not supposed to. Nessie, why do you have two? Yeah, what do you think about it now, Alchemic? You were happy about Nessie cheesing it before. Hey, how dare you? How dare you? Nessie, you took advantage of my kindness. No! Actually, both legit channels, so you know what? You know what? Valid. That's what you get. I guess you get that, right? Is that what it is? Naturally obedient. Really? Strong constitution? Is that true? You could eat stones. You could eat rocks and you'd be able to process them. And a germaphobe. I don't know about that. Germaphobe, naturally obedient. Is this opposite day? What's going on? Whatever, we still dancing. Do the hustle. All right, another one. Come on, everybody, let's try it again. Whoopee, come on. Next chat, res follower, def gonna be Nessie. Wait a second, what? Res follower, it's gonna be Nessie? Wait a second, but Nessie's still alive. Nessie's alive. Nessie's got two characters. They broke my game. You just made it to Mithrix for the first time. And you almost got them, but they got you first. Ooh, Mithrix is ridiculously hard. Good name to read. You have to build like so carefully for that. I wish that crowbars were more effective, but they really aren't. Nessie needs just to get Ben's account in. No, that's too many. It's not like I want Ben in my cult, okay? It's not like I do, I'm just saying. And my chatbots don't. Don't. You'll be banned. You'll be banned. That's a bannable offense. It's actually in my rules. Let me show you. It's in my wait a second. Where is it? Where'd I put my chat rules at? This is weird. Let me see. Okay, I think it's on my desktop. Yeah, here they are. Okay, yeah. Number, yeah. It's right here. Can you see that? It's too small. Can you zoom in here? Yeah, zoom in. It's Control Plus. Yeah, it says right here.
Rule number 1. Let me just fix that little typo. Little typo. It says right there. That's rules of the chat. Nessie can't use bot account in Cult of the Lamb. Yeah, it's right here. Sorry. It's already been in the rules. And I think it has a... Yeah. Right there. Yep. It's real. Totally true. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, don't do that. Okay, the raffle is still going on. Here we go. Woo! What? What the? Hello? Why'd that break? Excuse me? I think that my computer's revolting against my rules. This is unacceptable. Another try. Everybody back in. We need 10. Okay, 10. Oh, Dark Revenant. Hey, welcome in. Let's go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Welcome in. If you alt tab out of the raffle, it breaks. Okay, good to know. Thanks for telling me before I did that, Nessie. Appreciate it. Very helpful. Just kidding. Oi, Dark Revenant. Make your character cute. Welcome in. You got one. You said that you wanted to join everybody's cult, so good job. Do we have to change our names to Nessie variations? Yeah, you only get to change your name every, 3 or 6 months? So yeah, as a joke, everybody change your name to either a Topia or a Nessie. And you won't be able to change it for 6 months. It's really funny, and it's totally worth the joke. Right, Alchemic? All right. Look at cute little deer. It's 60 days. See, it's only a month. Nessie Darkfire. That sounds good. That actually sounds good. You could say Arrow Nessie Simp. That's fair. I like that. The Earl of Topia. I wish I had a cringe right now, but I don't. It's not like I want to be a Topia character. You just joined and you love the vibes? Hey, welcome in. I'm so glad. Everybody here is amazing. I literally love everybody here. It's true. Oh, let me see. What did you just say, Abraxas? BRB, what? Excuse me? Watch your mouth. Abraxas? Let's see. So you are Dark Revenant is materialistic, loves poop, and is faithless. Splendid. Welcome in, little spider baby. Nice. You'll worship all day. Oh, we've got another one. Let's go. Another one. Look how many homes we have. How many people are actually alive, though? We have 31. We broke 30. Finally, I'm over 30. Finally. All right, another raffle. More people.
Yes, join the cult. Everybody is welcome. Please, we have donuts, free donuts every day. Go ahead, join. There's no negative side effects. Promise.
That's very whispery. Okay, here we go. Gonna end it again. Here we go. Goodness gracious, I'm getting so many people in this cult. I can't suitably hype this up. Yay! Sorry. End raffle. Hey, Ghost Oreos, what the heck? Welcome in. Well. What have we got here? A ghost of an Oreo, you say? Huzzah! Welcome in. Make them extra cute. Not a single bad thing will happen to you whenever you join. Yes! A frog! Please be a frog. Yes, finally, somebody picked a frog. I've been waiting this whole time. I didn't want to beg anybody because I wanted y'all to be able to pick whatever y'all wanted, but I've been waiting for a frog this entire time. What splendid taste you have. You have good constitution and you're cynical? Bless. That's very similar to me. Adorable. Yeah, I eat ramen that I leave out on the counter for like several hours. I've got good constitution. It's true. Nothing ever bad has happened to me.
Leader, my brother and I were traveling together through Darkwood, and we were separated. I never knew what became of him. Do you think that you could find out?
Of course, we'll find your brother. Aw, little frog. I want to dance with the frog. Nessie and Anne are dancing together. It's cute. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Ooh, is that Luke Launcher? Oh my god.
Oh my god, it is the Luke Launcher.
Welcome in. What's up, Luke? How are you doing? Hello. Welcome to the Poop Eaters cult. It's literally the name. Oi. Can we get a shout out? Yes. Shouts out to Luke. Luke is super freaking cool and is super addicted to Twilight. So if you want to hear like live Twilight readings, or if you want to become Luke's boyfriend, give them a follow. Give them a follow. They're very cursed. They're very cursed, and I love them. You literally must go over there right now. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, we got a dead person. Dead person alert. Everybody, get the body bags. Get the body bags. You're Luke's boyfriend, yes? Oh, well, so am I, obviously. Obviously. Oi! You're really glad that you read my channel rules? Oh, yes. I mean, but you're a streamer friend. I mean, like, I have a lot of patience for stuff. No worries, no worries. No worries, no worries. We're trying to transition like everything into like PG-13, basically. Because it's too much freaking work being quote-unquote family friendly. And also, I don't want kids here anyway, so it's kind of a waste of time. It's a bit of a waste. But I come from YouTube, and I just got into the habit of being family friendly, but I'm almost over it. I got vaccinated. I got vaccinated against being family friendly, but it's taken some time. Oi, level up. Yes, let's go. We talked about anime. How about some cartoons? I'm not a crazy fan of cartoons in general. I like several of them, but in general, I don't love American cartoons. I apologize. There's some good ones, though. I just watched that Puppy Cat show. I was watching part of Puppy Cat, and it's super cute. One of the characters sounds like a Vocaloid, and it's adorable. I want to watch it. They're like redoing it on Netflix, and it looks so cute. Puppy Cat's the name of it, right? I'm pretty sure. My roommate showed it to... Oh, yeah, Bee and Puppy Cat. It's so cute. That's adorable. That show is adorable. And is pretty much mood 24/7. I want to go... Yes! Luke's here. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Luke is a famous streamer and is super awesome. Okay, here we go. Put some grass. Put some grass in that altar. Pray to the god of grass. American cartoons are sometimes too cutesy. Oh, really? Is that true? Are they too adorable? Have you got the poop skin? I'm pretty sure that you have to feed your villagers, like, poop to get that. And I'm nervous. Everybody's gonna get sick. Steven, hey! Don't do that. You're gonna wake up my roommates if you keep bonking me on the head, because I have to scream every time that you do it. How dare you? How dare you? They need sleep. Do you realize that they're in school right now? Okay. Wait, what the frick? Did I just upgrade them? Oh my God. Wow. So now I'm breaking my leg to say, mwah, I love you. Heck yeah. Heading home? Oi. Good luck driving. Or I guess you might not drive. Oi, oi, oi. Safe travels, safe travels. We see you later, Human One. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for being here. Human One's not in my cult yet. Human One said that they wanted to be a part of it, but they won't join it, no matter what I do. Day 100. Jesus Christ. I've been playing this game too much. I've played it for 20 hours. That's not that long. Not too bad, not too bad. But we don't have any more cult members to join. This sucks. Everything's frozen. Hey! We're gonna go look for more followers, I guess. I've already locked everybody's loyalty and food, so we're all good. Oh wait, let's do a sermon. We could marry another person. Listen, Nessie's not that special. Maybe there's another follower to buy. Good point. We should just go shopping. Go shopping for simps. I mean, followers. Hallelujah. Now give me your money. Listen to my nice words and then give me your money. I want to buy a new private jet. All right, all right. Any spider? Oh, Shelob's selling stuff. Or Helob, excuse me.
Tiny, pathetic creatures, but so tasty.
Are they? I've never tried them. Maybe we should make some follower stew soon enough. Nessie is very special. How dare you? I was only teasing. I was only teasing. I'm trying to learn to be a savage, okay? All of my friends are savages. I'm trying to learn, okay? Oh, what? I'm not allowed back? What the heck? Hey! Hey, let me back in. Chat, open the door. How dare you put an invisible wall? Chat! Stop. Stop. Open it up.
That run took it out of you. You're gonna make some rice and chill with the movie. Hey, sounds good. We'll see you later. Good name to read. It was nice to meet you. Oi, oi, oi. It was nice to meet you. Enjoy your food. Enjoy your food and movie. You're busy? What are y'all doing down there? All structures have been instantly built. Dang. Dang, chat. You don't gotta treat me like that. Sheesh. I told you I liked you, okay? You don't gotta try so hard. Thank you. Malice, clean up le poop. I want to move out of the way. There's too many people here. I can't. Oh, you got to stand in front of him. Clean out the poop house. I need more poop. More poop, more poop. Oh, and we can do another raffle. Who wants to join? Who wants to join? You could be a porcupine. If you want to. I didn't save. Hope this doesn't bug. Nice. All right. Raffle going off. Come on. Get in here. Sorry for the toad voice.
I'm gonna swing from the chandelier.
That was my roommate. All right. Oh, Ripsy! Ripsy got in. Let's go. Finally. Oh my God. Ripsy bless. Ripsy bless. Can we get some Ripsy blesses in the chat? Oh my goodness. Thank goodness. I've been waiting all this time. Oi, thank you. I'll be back for another stream sometime. Heck yeah. Awesome sauce. Yeah. Enjoy the movie. I'll be back tomorrow, but I won't be back early because we're doing a totally human stream. It's true. It's true. It's going to be madness. There's going to be like a ridiculous amount of people in the call, and I'm going to have to keep muting it because it's going to be a mess. But we're all going to play Fall Guys. Y'all are all invited to play with us too. We're going to play in an open lobby. Open lobby. After all the team members get in, then we'll be recruiting peeps from chat. So we need all of our best Fall Guys players. Ah, Ripsy. Ripsy's a little shark. Adorable. Adorable. Look at that little fish. Look at that fish baby. All right, let's learn more about Ripsy. Ripsy is sickly. Ripsy is slovenly. And Ripsy is also faithless. Great. It is so cute. All the forms are cute. I love them all. Ripsy! Ripsy's in, finally. You can be our janitor and also dance with me. Dance with me and then clean up that poop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, Ripsy and I have the same skin color. Adorable. Adorable baby. Whoa, Eldritch is headed to the toilet and didn't make it. And neither did Floggy. Great job, y'all. Great job, y'all. I don't do nothing, I don't believe nothing, and I don't heal nothing. Yeah. That's all right, that's all right. Listen, we have very, very low standards in this cult. Everybody's welcome. Listen, you don't have to help, all right? I'll still feed you. I'll still feed you, just so long as we're not doing it fast, which I hope that we do all the time. Yeah, why is everybody getting sick? What the frick? Who's dead? Did somebody die? We're all gonna die. Oh my gosh, why is everybody sick? Stop! Don't. Everybody's a sympathetic puker in this game. Boku, my God. My God, Boku, go to bed. Oh my goodness, y'all have no sense of self-preservation. Oh, they're sick because of the mushroom thing. That's what it is. It's because of the mushrooms. They do make people sick pretty often. Get a level. Now go to bed. Go to bed, Aerosimp, you silly.
You silly sucker.
Oh, Nessie leveled up. Heck yeah. Nice. Any more sickies? You need to go to bed. Bed. Oh my goodness. I have to tell y'all to all go to sleep. Look how many sick people we have. It's worth it though. It's totally worth it. I could heal them at this like little healing house, but you have to spend flowers to do that. I don't think I have that many. Okay, we're gonna go on another adventure so that we can get more people. We need more people. Zyrewolf is sick as well. Fantastic. The sickness is spreading. I told y'all to mask up. This is unacceptable. KP, go to bed. Why? Half the cult is out. That's the cost. Give me that money. Oh yeah, we should work on building some stuff. We should make it look really nice in here. Hey, Alisar's here. Oi, how are you doing? If it isn't one of my favorite dragons. Welcome in, Alisar. Hey, who did that? Oh, it's Muffray. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the bonk. Appreciate it. Also, Lemonberry, we'll see you later. You had a sudden storm and the power's flickering. Please be safe. Be safe. Oi, oi, oi. Lemonberry, we'll see you later. I miss you. I miss you, Lemonberry. I hope you're doing A-okay. Hope to see you soon. Okay, okay. You be safe. You be safe.
Let's go for... Got plenty of houses. Got plenty of houses. Stop asking for more. We could make... Let's make a confession booth. I want to hear y'all's sins. I know y'all are sinning. I just need to hear what the sins were. All right, chat. It's confession time. Come on. Admit your sins while we build this building. Got any sinners in chat? Thought I saw some devil horns peeking out of the chat the other day. All right. Who wants to confess their sins? Who's it gonna be? Nobody that's sick. I don't want to get anybody out of bed rest. Let's see. Who wants to admit their sins? Come on. Who's it gonna be? Oh my gosh, I have to scroll so far. I'm thinking we need to hear the sins of Ava. Thank you so much for the head pats. Oi. Well. Thank you so much. Oh, Alchemic wants to admit their sins. Hey! Where's Alchemic at? There we go. All right. Tell me your sins. You lust for food? Did you just say something? You've been thinking about food. You've been thinking about food too much, Alchemic. Well. No! Lupus dead. Lupus is dreaming forever now. Lupus is gone. Look at all the grave grievers. Sheesh. Y'all love graves, don't y'all? Bone Wolf looking mighty guilty. I know, right? I agree. F's in the chat. Lupus is gone. Lupus is gone forever. Unfortunately, Lupus is one of those people that cannot be respawned. How do I... Why is this so confused? Why are these graves bugged? Please fix game. Okay, I'm gonna delete the bugged ones. More graves. I'll make a couple of them and see. Delete this one. How do I delete it? It's like a proper grave. It's such a waste. I don't think it works though. No, it's broken. Why? Why it break like that? Oh my God, what's happening? Okay, oh, they're friends. No, Awkward died! Awkward's dead. Awkward just freaking keeled over and died. They just fell into the dirt. They got dirt in their eyes. They fell face first. Oh my gosh. Awkward, no. Awkward, you had so much to live for. You were born so old. Ooh, Alchemic leveled up. Just for confessing your sins, see? Honesty is much better. It's good to be honest, okay? Zoot. And zoot. Nice. Ooh, what time is it? We could play for a bit longer. We'll play for a bit longer. All right, Alchemic. Well done. You're a big boy now. He's, no, wait, no, it's she's a big boy now. Good song. Alchemic, I want to send you on a mission. You're level, oh my God, you're level 4. Let's go. We don't really need coins. What do we need the most of? I guess we need lumber. Go get some lumber.
Go get some lumber. Lumber. How about you just lumber over there and get us some wood? We're going to build an entire beautiful village with all the things that you bring back.
What would if I could just spend infinite money, because I do basically have infinite money, I guess I can do decorations now. See, our cult's like maxed out, like the game's over. Game over, friends. I could upgrade my missions. We're gonna need more wood. I don't know if we're allowed to upgrade it while there's people out. And what thing do we need the most of? We got, we need more stone blocks. Nice. Yeah, I guess. Oh, KP, go to bed. Go to bed, you are unwell. We can't recruit anybody else. I guess we could go on a mission. Let's do that little cluster of things in a bit. But first, I'm gonna double check. I'm trying to remember what else we can do here. We can go down to Lighthouse and check if there's, I think that there's forms that you can buy. Well, we can't buy anymore. Got the red panda and the, whatever this thing is. Looks kind of like a porcupine, but I'm not sure. Is there an axolotl skin? That would be adorable. Yeah,
Hey, it's Marissa. Oh my goodness, you're back. You're back, Marissa. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the
Almost 2
sub.
years.
Oh my goodness. Almost 2 years. Let's go. 2 years. Oh my goodness gracious. Marissa's made so much beautiful art. Marissa has some paintings that I've got in my room. It's true. I get to look at them every night. That glowing moon one is up where it gets a lot of sun, so it glows every single evening. And I always think of you, Marissa. Oi, 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 much love. Marissa, I hope you've been doing good. Oh, we got more Silk Cradles here. Yeah, we're playing Cult of the Lamb. If you've been on Twitch at all, Marissa, you've probably seen plenty of this game. There's a starfish. There is an axolotl. I think it's right here. I think that's an axolotl skin. So how do we unlock these? Are these all missions? I see the poop one. I see the poop. So these are missions, right? I'm guessing. And you can also probably find them in the environment. Some of them are hidden. You've been alive. That's good. We love our Marissa alive. But I feel you. I feel you. I totally understand. I totally understand you need to take a little break from socializing. It can be a lot. Never feel any pressure. Never feel any pressure. I'm always just happy to see you, Marissa. Always wondering how you doing. Anybody know where like a hidden form is? Do you have any hidden form information? I haven't looked at Smuggler's Sanctuary very much. There's another purchase thing, but I think that we've already bought all the forms that you can just buy. I have a timed quest. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, I do. We need to go to Darkwood. Thank you for pointing that out. What's this? Oh, it's just the tarot thing. He wants you to give him crystals, this guy? No, he wants the eyes, doesn't he? Okay, we got to go do the timed quest really quick. Oh, let's go back to the Mushroom Man. I forgot about that. Josh made Cobb. We gave new orders to stay in Guam for another 3 years. What's COB? I don't know what that is. Is that like first word commission? Hey, welcome back, Rusty Keys. I just had to turn on a light. It's getting dark in here. Sheesh.
Here, take this, your Sozo's best friend. Your Sozo's only friend.
Hey, Christina. Yeah, you got gifted a sub. Everybody. There was a hype train earlier that just went off. It went absolutely off. Chat popped off today. Thank y'all again. Bunch of gifty subs.
If it wasn't for you, Sozo wouldn't be able to get so many at once.
He's talking about mushrooms, right?
Sozo can't wait to see what happens.
Oh. So he wants something? What does he want? More have pledged themselves to you. What does that mean? More pledges? It's day 101. Sheesh. We got to get to Darkwood quick, but I'm kind of curious what's going on over here. He's cooking mush. Those are all sold out. Did he give me a quest? He said, kill Seal Cradle. Give Plimbo a third eye of a witness. So Plimbo, this isn't Plimbo. So they didn't give me a quest? Visit Pilgrim's Passage. What is that? I don't have time to do that. We need to get back. We need to get back and do that mission really quick. Otherwise, people are going to lose faith in me. Okay. Okay. To the Poop Eaters Sanctuary. To our Sanctuary Santorum. Let's see. You just updated Cookie Run Kingdom. Oh, it's starting again. I could see if there's room in the guild if you get back into the game. You know, if you get back into it, we're a pretty active guild. Some of our biggest contributors, I guess, are the King of Squirrel, Tayaki, and Leah, and Obst. They're always above me on everything because I'm not actually that great at this game. Ooh, cauliflower. Let's do cauliflower and beetroot. I should probably just make another one of these seed boxes really quick so that I can just like dump a ton of them and then just leave it forever and never come back. Yeah, I know I need to go to Darkwood. I know I need to. I'm getting distracted. It's not good. We're gonna have to speed run whenever we get there.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna take too long. Y'all take care of that. We gotta go to Darkwood quick. Everybody's sick should be okay right now. Okay, Darkwood. Which one is that? Is that this? It is. Okay, easy level, speed run. Super speed run. Yo, it's Darren. Let's go. Oh my gosh, Darren. Got the gifted stuff from Calico. Heck yeah. Oi, I'm missing Calico. Where's Calico at? Calico busy. Calico just moved and is in a totally different time zone now. What a mess. What a mess. I'm happy for him though. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Moving it across the ocean. Hey, and thank you for the shout out for Darren. Another amazing streamer. I cannot believe how many amazing streamers showed up today. It's oh my goodness. I just gotta say, Darren, the fact that you be like hanging out in here, just like poking in, the fact that we hang out makes me feel like a cool person. Like I don't have like great, what is it, like self-image? My self-image is not fantastic, but something that I always try to remember is just like, you love all these cool people that hang out with you, all the cool people that hang out while I'm playing games, all the cool people that I've met. It makes me feel cool. That's one of the only ways that I can like convince myself to be like to be positive. And that's it's a good method. But it's something that I employ, and I think about people like Darren, think about my mods, think about regulars. I think about streamer friends and people that I've met in real life. Man, it is very helpful. Because I just think that y'all are so cool, and I don't know why. I don't know why y'all want to hang out with me, but it's the most wholesome thing ever. What was I doing? I needed to do something. What was it? Oh no. What was I going to do? Oh, shoot. Shoot, I forgot. I remembered to do something, but then I forgot. Oi, thank you for the head pats. My goodness. Heck, I'd hang out with you in IRL. I want to go so bad and hang out with Darren. I want to go to a festival with Darren. That would be so sick. That would be so... Oh, I'm an idiot! Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? I'm dumb. I picked the wrong one. Okay, we'll have time. Watch this, speed run. Oh, Jesus.
Jesus, please help me.
Oh no. Okay, quick. Grab the stuff, and we're out. Okay. I'm going back. We should still be able to do this. We still got half time. We're totally fine. Festival would be so fun. Yes. I need like an outfit that I could wear. It'd be so freaking cool. You go in your wizard outfit. I go in my Hatsune Miku outfit. That would be so sick. It's literally just, I hate how expensive everything is. I hate money. I hate that money exists. I wish that we could just like banish it so that everybody could just like fly wherever they wanted. I wish that I didn't have to worry about paying for food. That would be so awesome. Shaking my head because I want to meet all of my friends. Oh, this is the worst weapon ever. Yeah, banish money. Get rid of money. No more money. No more money. Sorry, that's old human talk. We don't do that money thing anymore. Okay, still speedrunning. And missing. That's the good part. That's that stuff that we love. Oh, and I never switched my fleece. I've got to switch my fleece. Oh my gosh. Okay, grab that. This tarot, I guess that might help. Just quick grabbing one. I don't even care what it is. Here we go. Okay, we're going. I want to save that person. I don't know if it grabbed the money. I'm not sure how fast you're allowed to go in this game. Okay, here we go. Speed run. Let's go. Okay. All right, this is the fastest that I've ever done this before. Maybe a little too fast. All right, we're zooming. We got him. Gotta go fast. I know, right? Thank you, Sonic.
Gotta go fast, Eggman. Whoa, Eggman, too slow.
Sonic, you'll never survive.
You'll never save your cult members.
Whoa, too slow. Too slow, get got. Whoa, I'm over here. Now I'm over there.
Now I'm saving a spider. Nice. Baby, we did it. Okay, speedrun was great. You wish that you could afford to visit Guam? Ooh, Guam looks so pretty. We hang out because you bring us joy. Shush, Christina, shush. Even from the first day in the community, welcoming and loving. No. Christina, you're so sweet. You shush right now. You shush right now. I'm glad that we all agree that money's going away. Ah, thank you. Tell me about it, right? Linz, can we just get rid of money? Can we all just do some work? Universal basic income. Universal basic income. Hey! How dare you? How dare you? I'm spitting. Don't you dare bonk me. This is a teleporter to get straight out of here. But actually, I will take it. Let's go. We're just going to go to the boss so that we can get out of here. Bonk. We're zooming. I don't know if we can beat him with this weapon, though. We also have, like, no, we have no taros. But I guess I could have left, right? Bonk. 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 All right, we're just going to do some Dark Souls rolling. I've been practicing, okay? I've been practicing my Dark Souls combat. Dark Souls 1 is surprisingly fun. I've been having a real good time. I think I'm gonna kill the Hydra next. That's where I'm at. Dark Souls is great if you relax. If you don't relax in Dark Souls, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, there's so much backtracking in it, it can be a nightmare. If you're trying to, like, rush, you're in big trouble. Like, now that I've been playing it recently, I've just been, like, relaxing, exploring everywhere, picking up everything, looking up stuff on the wiki whenever I want to. And just making good decisions. Like, not getting tilted. Not getting tilted in Dark Souls is a must if you don't want to lose, like, a bajillion souls. 99 cult members. Hey, Floggy, get some rest. Oi, oi, oi. Thanks for chilling with us. Thanks for chilling. Bum, 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 bum. We're back to the poop eaters. Who wants to join the cult? We got room. We got room for more. Look at all these. Oh my gosh. We've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 spare houses. 11. There's like 11 graves over here, but y'all can't revive them that fast, right? Oh, sweet leader, let me in. It's not like I want you in here or anything. Howdy doody. Thank you for the head pats. Yeah. All right. Who's going to join this cult, huh? Who's getting in? It didn't bug. Nice. I'm dumb. All right. Everybody's welcome. Let's go. Everybody get in, get in, get in. You better giddy up on in here. Come on now. No, Linz, I don't think he's trying either. Did Dai ever get into the cult? No, Dai has not gotten into the cult. I even promised a present. I don't know what Dai wants from me. I literally, I begged Dai to join the cult. I said that I'd give him a present. I said that I'd marry him. Literally, I'm out of options. I'm out of options. I don't actually have that much power. All right, here we go. 7 participants. Hey, Salty's here. What? Hey, wait a second. Salty, what are you doing in my chat? It's Salty the Alien. What the heck? Let's go. Let's go. I didn't know that Salty was here. Oh my God. Can we shout out Salty right now? Salty is literally, I don't even know how Salty does it, but I see Salty as a lurker before I start my stream every day. Salty, what the hell? Just the coolest guy. Just the coolest guy. We love Salty. Dang. And I was watching your Played It Up today. It looks like fun. Oi, could I like play with y'all sometime? I'm just saying, like, it looks really fun. And I was having a good time watching Salty play Played It Up. I would buy that game right now so that we could play it. Also, yeah, everybody follow Salty. Salty has so many fun redeems that go off on their stream. They're also super duper wholesome and adorable, and they play great games. They have good friends, and it's a party over there every single time. There's always just like sounds going off.
There's always stuff on the screen going everywhere. It is the most wholesome and amazing mess I've ever seen. It's an absolute party. You gotta check it out. And you know what? If you stick with Salty instead of me, I don't blame you, okay? It's an absolute party. I love it over there. And they're naturally obedient. See? Just another reason. I'm just saying. Naturally obedient, and they love poop. So those are two good reasons right there. Yeah, Salty just got some food. Nice. Salty was streaming a lot of the day. Naturally obedient. Well, well, well. Interesting. Interesting. Oi, dance with me. Dance with me, Salty. Do the little alien dance. I like your character with the little droopy horns and the beautiful chin. Is that a beard? Oh, Nessie just took taxes from our new member. A brand new member, and Nessie is like, well, 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 welcome in. Fantastic. We lost another one. We lost another one today. Shucks. I'm gonna literally have to. I pay my taxes. You kind of got to. Daddy government's got a gun to your head. Oh, dang it! Why are all these graves are bugged? Push me to the edge. All my graves are bugged. Put a new one. More graves. More graves since some of these are broken. Let's go. But yes, I totally want to play that game with you, Salty. It looks like lots of fun. I almost just asked to join, but then I was like, but Cult of the Lamb. But Cult of the Lamb. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. What's up, oh, that's a cute name. It's Kiwi Kitsune. Kiwi Kitsune wee woo. Kiwi Kitsune wee woo. Kiwi Kitsune. Ohayo. Ohayo. 私はケニーです。ウルです。Oh, let me see. Let me see. どうぞよろしく. Ooh, a little Twitch gambling. A little gamba. We love gamba in our games. Nice. You don't even need to ask. You know that. Of course. I know. I was just too shy. Everything else I could think of was taken. Well, I tell you what, it sure stands out. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I love that name. Kiwi Kitsune. Are you from New Zealand or do you just love kiwis? I mean, I love both New Zealand kiwis and also like the fruit. The fruit's pretty good. I feel like it's really rough on your gums though, right? It's super duper sour, but it's totally worth it. I love a good kiwi. A good kiwi. I can't access. Come here, Phantom. I need to. Let's do the mission.
Oh, leader, I'm so grateful. My brother is here at last.
Oh yeah. I guess Salty's their brother. Hey, they love me. Look at all that money. Nice.
Cult leader, help, I'm stuck. Oh no. Oh, cult leader, I'm stuck in the dryer. I can't get out. Oh, shucks. It happened again, cult leader.
Look at all these goodies. Your Twitch glitched out. Oh my gosh. What the heck happened? Let's go. We're going to another one. Oh, you just love kiwis. Nice. Very valid. Kiwi Kitsune. Wait a second. What does Kitsune mean? Hey! I can't remember everything. Kitsune means fox, right? Isn't it a fox? Is it? I think? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, we're gonna add another person. Let's save. Bonk. Bing bonk. Bing bong. We want another person in our cult. Bing bong. Oh, this is their brother. Here we go. Let's have some more participants. Let's go. It's a magic Japanese fox. Ah, I thought that it had some mythic quality to it. I love Japanese folklore. So interesting. I feel like it's pretty natural to like other cultures' lore more than your own. Like American lore is boring as hell. Like I'm down for all the Japanese, for Indian, for like Chinese, Korean. I mean, all of them. I like all of everybody else's culture. All right, we got 6 participants. Who's ready? Who's ready to join?
Well. Looks like we got ourselves some partners. Okie dokie.
Oh, they're nine-tailed foxes? Oh, so they're Shoot, what's the name of that fox? Ninetails. It's literally Ninetails. Nice hat. Oh, thanks. Yeah. You like my
hat? I'm a cowboy here from Texas. I love to play games about cults and stuff because it reminds me of my home state. Also, sometimes we be sipping a little bit.
I've got a few things that I can put on my head. Like I've got a this will never be seen, okay? This is not a thing. That's never going to be seen. What else do I have? Oh, it's bats and stuff. I want to add more. I've got to add more goodies. Okay, back. Here we go. The gnome! Oh! Did that bug it? It didn't bug it. I didn't alt tab, so we're all good. Nice. You have so much energy, but you don't know how? Do you want to like go on a walk or something? Or do like some running? Do you have like something that I have in my house that's really helpful? Hey! It's a pull-up bar. Pull-up bar is normally what I do. You got to whisper saying to draw a kiwi kitsune. You're going to do it? Yes! Draw it, and then show it off. If you draw it, please post it on Twitter and at me. Or you could also post it in our Discord. Our Discord has a place for art. I love seeing what y'all make. It's very inspiring. I was an idiot. I messed it up. Sorry. We're going to do that again. Sorry. There's 6 people. I'll wait for 6. It looks like you don't have to. It looks like alt-tabbing always breaks it. But yes, everyone's welcome to the Discord. It's a quiet little corner of the internet, nice and safe. We got funny memes, we got art, we got adorable pets, we got positive vibes, and I'm gonna try each week to do a movie night again. We did it for like over a year. We watched movies like every single week, and I got out of the habit whenever I took some breaks. But we're gonna watch one on Sunday. It'll be sub movie night. Oi, just as a little extra thank you for the people that support this channel. Oi, we need some more participants, and I'm gonna take a sip. Okay, I actually drank. That's why I paused awkwardly for a bit. If you start off slow or maybe movie night once a month, we could do that. Yeah, we could start it slow. I'm just gonna play by ear. I'm gonna play it by cat ear. By just being like, yeah, we'll do it this week, and I won't promise that we're gonna do it every week, but just stay tuned. Stay tuned, and I'll tell y'all. Where's the juice glass? I don't have any juice tonight, should I? Should I have juice? What are we celebrating? You just noticed that the Catboy has a piercing? Yes, it has a piercing. That was a requirement. Anne drew this entire thing and forgot the piercing, and I was like, something's off. Just some little tiny thing. I love it, but something. Then I was like, oh yeah, the piercing. But my hair roughly looks like this, but it's actually white, not purple. But maybe we could fix that. Maybe before I show my face again, we should fix that. All right. Hey, Sandwich Nom Nom, welcome in. Yo. We got sandwiches in the chat. Everybody, oi. Sandwich Nom Nom, the absolute snack. Forgot to tell you, I've been changing my pronouns, experimenting. You temporarily use it or its until further notice. Nice. Okay. Yes, if anybody has any pronouns that you want me to call you, you can just put them in the, there's a special extension that we have installed that will let you set your own pronouns, and I could see them. So I saw yours, Arrow. I try not to use pronouns. I've been trying to avoid them because I don't want to, I don't want to mess them up. So I generally avoid them as much as possible. I will basically only use pronouns whenever I'm talking about a streamer friend of mine and I know what their pronouns are. But even then, I try to avoid them. I even catch myself, like, from saying pronouns, even for people that I know. Because, I don't know. I don't want anybody to get any hurt feelings. And a lot of the time, you can avoid them. So that's nice. Barks and pronouns. Sandwich Nom Nom's a little bat. A little baby bat. Sickly. A little sickly materialistic bat. Adorable. Sandwich Nom Nom. Cute. Cute. Look at that baby.
Look at that bat, baby. Let me dance with you. Dance with me, my child.
Are they dancing to Hudson Mohawk right now? No! Somebody else died! Stop dying! I can't revive y'all fast enough. This is so hard to manage all these people. Jedi! Oh no. Change fleece. Thank you. I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that, LSR. We're on the same wavelength right now, my friend. Just hauling off the corpse of my mod. I miss you. You were such a good mod, but now you're gone. I'm lost without you. Who just bonked me? Hey, don't bonk me. Don't do that. I didn't do anything wrong. Kiwi Itsune, excuse me? What did I do? Could I get an explanation for that head bonk, please? We're gonna revive some peeps.
Some peeps. We shall revive the peeps. Behold, the marshmallow peeps shall be brought back from the dead.
Peeps are worse than marshmallows. That's not a hot take. I've already said it a million times. But the peeps marshmallows are garbage. They're the worst marshmallows ever made. I will not hear anything otherwise. They're disgusting. I would rather eat normal marshmallows out of the bag anytime, and I always want them to be those like, what's the brand name? Jet Puff. I need Jet Puff marshmallows and nothing else will do. Those giant campfire mushrooms are disgusting. Peeps are disgusting, but I love marshmallows. I love marshmallows, but they have to be Jet Puff. Jet Puff, I will eat out of a bag, or I will make them into Rice Krispie treats, or I'll make them into the colorful pebble ones. Colorful pebbles. Peeps are good if you let them go stale. Salty. You want to look in my eyes and say that again? What did you just say? Salty, did you just say that they're better stale? Salty. We don't make jokes like that in this chat. That's inappropriate. I'm going to pretend like I didn't read that. We're going to do mushrooms together.
But what about Steven's penis? That's not...
Hey! Wait, we don't talk about Steven's penis in this chat. How dare you? How dare you? This is a PG-13 channel. I'm not even allowed to say that word.
Steven's...
Guys, stop. That's my favorite part of that. My favorite part of the video is just Steven at the end. Guys, stop. Nobody's gonna back you up on that because it's a horrible opinion. That's a horrible opinion, Salty. How dare you? How dare you? Listen, I'm glad that somebody will eat them, okay? Salty, you can be my new garbage can. Whenever I get peeps, I'll just throw them your way and you can eat them. You can let them rot in the sun for a little while. Wait for mushrooms to spawn out of them, and then you can eat the peeps. That's you know what? I'm glad. More for you, okay? You can have all the peeps because those are gross. What was I gonna do? Oh yes, let's revive somebody. Oi! Can we get a shout out for Wafer? What the heck? Where's the shout out? Where's the shout out from my friend Wafer? Hey, Wafer, it's good to see you, by the way. Oi, oi, oi! Wafer's a super awesome streamer. It is absolutely pog. That's the only thing that I can say. Oh yeah, they're like you're at a convention or something right now, right? I think that Wafer is away right now, so you should follow them right now because whenever they get back, you never know when they're gonna stream. They play Fall Guys. I might play Fall Guys over there, so that's a good reason to follow them. You should follow them just in case we play Fall Guys together. And then also they play Pokemon Unite, which I will never play. So if you want to see that game, it's a perfect place for it. Also, they're good at Animal Crossing and they're hilarious. They're hilarious and very wholesome. They're very tsundere though. Like they pretend to not care, you know? Like they're like, oh, it's not like I like y'all or anything. But Wafer's actually a super sweet person. Don't let him say otherwise. I'm just saying. They're very, very sweet. Y'all should go say hi. Should go say hi and support them. Oh, awkward IRL. Let's bring them back. Let's bring them back. Favorite candy. Ooh, this is getting intense out here. Candy. I do love candy. I love candy because I'm lactose intolerant, basically. I'm allergic to milk. So I could never have ice cream or cakes or cookies or anything like that. So I ate a lot of candy as a kid. And surprisingly, I'm not tired of it. I love Starburst. I love Skittles. Shoot. I love Airheads. I love... Those are probably my tops. Those are probably tops. I love gummy worms. Oh, but only salty ones. Only salty ones. I love those salty straws. Man. Warheads are good, but I don't think they're a favorite. I'll definitely eat them. Yo, always Frosty. What's up?
What did Lynn say? Stale peeps are better than regular peeps? Is that true? Okay, now to be fair, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I literally don't know. Should I buy peeps and eat them whenever they're stale? How long does it take for them to be stale? Like, do you have a certain amount? Why are you sick? Go to bed. Go to bed, you silly Billy. We got 2 popes working hard. 2 popes, double poped up. Well, well, well. Can't knock it till you try it? Actually, not true. I totally knocked it. But I might try it. That sounds cursed. That could be my Bean Boozled. The tropical punch flavored peeps are delicious. The tropical flavored marshmallows? Bruh. Bruh, please. Could y'all get all this chat out of here, please? Don't do it, but I'm tempted to clear chat. This is a mess out here. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. It's heinous. I can't believe that all these things are happening before my very eyes. It's like a train wreck. You just can't look away. I just can't stop reading all of these horrible takes. It's amazing. Thank you. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna go. Let's see. Oh, last head pat for a while. Thank you. That was you, Kato. Kato, thank you for the head pats. Very wholesome. Are you out of money? Are you out of money? Is it too expensive?
Good. That means that Kato will hang out here more.
If I can do anything to sucker Kato into hanging out with me, I'll do it. Very out of money? Oh, splendid. Splendid, splendid. You keep knocking peeps and you'll end up with a case of them. Listen, if you send me some peeps, Alchemic, I will let them go stale and I will eat them. Okay? We'll do it. We'll do it as a reward. Listen, Salty's got Bean Boozled. This can be my Bean Boozle. Eating a stale peep. I'll do it.
I swear. I swear it on my fluff.
Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. The only thing that I might not do as a challenge at this point. No, I have to do it. I still have a spicy gummy bear that I'm supposed to eat. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. Do you have a throne? I do now. I just made a throne. It has nothing on it. Well, it technically has some things on it. It's true, but they're kind of big. Maybe I should make it so that it can be like a goal. I kind of forgot that you could do that. I need to do that for the stream deck because I would love to have another one so that I can have more expressions and I don't have to switch between my pages all the time. Because every time that I switch between one of the boards is just for expressions. There's that many. And then the other one's for scenes. So I'm always having to switch between them. Day 103. Earl still hasn't noticed me. Just kidding. I noticed all of y'all. Woo woo. Let's see. I'm just taking a peep at these houses. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5, but we should probably make some more just in case that a bunch of people get revived. Just in case. Thank you for the ooh-woos. Bless. It's so hard to build stuff with mouse and keyboard. Okay. We gotta make beds out here. Bedding up. Getting ahead of the curve. What is that? Woo. How do you say that? How do you say that, Salty? Instead of ooh woo, that's woo. Woo. For the Bowie. Yes. We should play Celeste. That'd be a good challenge game. I wanted to play a hard game recently. The harder the better. That's what I always say. I think Celeste would be an option, but I don't know if I could do it for the Bowie. I think if we went for the Bowies, I might give up because that game's so hard. Maybe we could go through and, oh yeah, by the way, for anybody that wasn't there earlier, I've already figured out what we're gonna do for a tier list. We were looking at the new Disney game, and our tier list is gonna be hottest Disney characters. I'll make a list of them, and then I'll also allow y'all to submit people that I forget about. I've already, I just need to clear out the tier list thing, and then I will start adding them. I'll start adding them, and I'll show y'all a picture of them, of the ones that I added, that I'll rank, and y'all can submit them. Should I just make it so that y'all submit them all, or should I do it? Maybe y'all can just help me fill out the list, just in case I miss anybody. Okie dokie. Here we go. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, I was just saying that we're doing another tier list soon, Aerosimp. I'm not sure exactly when we're going to, but we're going to be doing another tier list. Last time I rated everybody's waifus and husbandos, and it was loads of fun. It was loads of fun and plenty of chances for me to be a filthy little savage. We got plenty of time today. Hey, thank you, Tayaki. How do you contribute to the tier list? I'm gonna put it on the Discord. I have an entire channel for tier lists. It's not ready for submissions yet. I'll do that tonight. I'll do it tonight. Mary Sandwich Nom Nom. I've never had this before. Mary Sandwich Nom Nom. Perform the wedding ritual. Dang. Somebody getting kind of desperate out here. Sheesh. Wait, Phantom wants me to marry Sandwich Nom Nom. I should have read that text. I thought that it was going to be copy-paste stuff that I've already read. Did anybody catch what they said? Did anybody catch the words before? I literally like speed run through it. I would not blame y'all if nobody saw it. Oh! Thanks. Thanks, Jester, for the little surprise. Making more houses out of poop. Actually, we're going to be short of poop, unfortunately. Y'all need to get pooping. It's because I haven't been feeding y'all enough. Hey! Whoa, that's scary. Salty! Don't scare me like that. I want to play some more Minecraft soon. We got to make a challenge. Maybe we'll try to slaughter the Ender Dragon. I've never beaten it before. I've never beaten a Minecraft before. Oh, it's still locked. Dang. It's still locked. I want to feed y'all so that y'all start pooping. Y'all's poop production has been really down this month. Hey! Why am I getting bonked? What did I do? Oh, yeah. I should check quests. It says Mary Sandwich Nom Nom. I wish that it, like, said exactly why was it them? Maybe they came up to me and they were like, wow, Sandwich Nom Nom's too nervous. They don't want to ask. You'll be a devoted cult wife. Nice. Sandwich Nom Nom, finally. My wife. My wife. All right, wedding ceremony. Let's do it. Oh, thank you so much, Tezuka. He said that his brother was so grateful for finding him that he wants your hand in marriage. Hey, thank you. I skipped past that. That was my bad. Nice. Tezuka's got our back. There we go. Bonk for yelling when roommates are trying to sleep. Excuse me? What a cute little family. Sheesh. Time for a sermon. I'm going to teach y'all about the benefits of marriage. As you can see, it was a short sermon. Got him. Oi, now I'm married to two people. Hey! I'm married to two people now. They're gonna get mad. They're gonna get jelly. Mad jelly. Mad jelly. Yum. Doot, 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 doot. Fancy houses. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Hinder. Who are we hindering? What? Twitch chat's doing something. What are y'all up to? Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I smell trouble. I smell trouble. Hey! Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. You saved Lupus. Oh, Drex, you're talking about some sweet, sweet cookie run. Oh my gosh, I've been addicted again. I have already been addicted, but now I'm re-addicted. I love the new game mode. And I just got both of the new cookies. Yes, 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 yes. Who's your fellow spouse? I'm also married to Nessie. No! Jester dead. Oh my god. So sad. That's the saddest, man. You want to order cookies IRL? Freaking do it. Do it. Get some cookies. What's your favorite kind of cookie? Oh, yeah. I was asked what my favorite soda was. Didn't somebody ask that? I missed it. I'm sorry. Honestly, reviving his followers is more of a hindrance than help. No, I want maximum followers. I want to get a ridiculous amount of them. And I want to build as many houses as it takes. Burial time. Oh, you just got the legend character. Nice, Drex. Nice. I'm so close to the Disney cookies, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I just got 3 5 pulls, and I got Mickey Mouse again.
I'm very, very close to being able to purchase with those stars 1 cookie and my last decor, but I need one of those cookies. I can't buy them all. I need just 1 more. I can buy the last one, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it. It's all up to the RNG gods now. You got the Disney stuff by paying for it? I mean, honestly, valid. I was tempted to do the same. It's so fun. I really want them all. I feel you. I'm like 2 steps away. 2 steps away, but I'm not going that far. It's already too late anyway. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Darn it. I'm not even buying the like pass anymore. You got Mickey and Minnie? Nice. I've got the only ones that I'm missing are Peter Pan and who was the other one? Peter Pan and Goofy, I think, are the ones that I'm missing. Okay, we're gonna do another follower raffle. Everybody's welcome in. Oi, oi! Submissions. Submit to me. Come on now. We got any submissive chatters? Hello. We got 4, 5. All right, who's it gonna be? There's a thing in the shop that you can pick. Something you need. Ooh, something you need for the gachas. Is there any way to like hard buy any of that stuff? I'm guessing it's all gachas. I'm too scared of that. No way. But yeah, some of the deals in the shop are not bad. I especially like the $2.99 deals. They're normally a steal, but I've been trying to not spend money on it. I've been trying. I've already spent a lot of money on Cookie Run. Hey, always Frosty. Welcome into the cult. Let's go. Oi. Customize your character. We got lots and lots of different forms. I want to get all of them though. We should look up how to get all the forms because I'd love for y'all to be able to have maximum customization. Maximum, I say. Frosty, thanks so much for joining the cult. Welcome in. It's so much fun, this game. Bear now. There's a capybara form. Yes, I think that we have it, D-Fire. If I'm not mistaken. Aw, a little bat. A little blue bat. Little blue bat, baby. They're naturally obedient and very zealous.
Very zealous. That's what we like to hear. Welcome in. It's so wonderful to meet you. Shall we dance?
Oh yes, and my fleece. Even Elisar even reminded me of my fleece and I forgot. Let's fix my fleece before I forget again. Crown, and we'll do purple fleece. It's dangerous, but I like it. I like to live on the dangerous side of things. A fellow bat cult member, yes. Oh, the bats. Akimic's back.
Leader, I've returned safely from my missionary. I brought an offering. I managed to get 33 wood.
Well done. Well done. You did incredible. Now you may sleep.
Now you must sleep.
You're tired. You did such good work. Such good work, my sweet purple burrow.
Man, shoot. I don't even bother buying anything with real money. Yeah, there's a lot of free-to-play players on Cookie Run. It's a hard road. It's a hard road to take, my friend. I already have strayed from the path. It's too late for me. It's too late for me. Now I'm just trying to minimize the damage on my bank account. Oh, no. No talking. Y'all go to sleep. Oh, for the axolotl skin, you got to do the lighthouse quest. Okay, we could do that tonight. Let's go to the lighthouse. They want me to go somewhere, right? I think they want me to like enter the void. Let's check our quests. It says, see, this is it, right? Visit Pilgrim's Passage. There needs to be an easier way to get coins. I'm never running low on coins. I think I have like 23 million. Coins not so bad. Coins I guess I get off of, I do so much of those freaking wishing trees. It's ridiculous. You got some adorable products on their online store and you want to buy something from there? Oh, yes! The strawberry stuff was so tempting. I was so tempted to get the little strawberry backpack and the strawberry hoodie. It was so cute. I just barely kept myself from doing it. What? Hey! Immediately! We got it! Oh, nice. That was really easy. Thank you, Akimic. That was super easy. Nice. Why is he... Oh, he's not filled. It's the thing in front of him. They got money over here.
You're at 6 mil, but then you upgraded a bunch of stuff. Oh my God, I'm upgrading my castle. Yo, let me just check this really quick. Let me check my cookie run. My castle, I'm upgrading to level 14. And oh my God, it was like, I forget how many days it was. It was days and days. I think it still has like a week left. It is ridiculous. It's upsettingly long wait. We got our new follower form. Any other good ones? Any other good follower forms that I need? Let me see. My the castle is ridiculous. You just have to be like, okay, I guess I'll just knock out this month. I don't think it was a month, but it was kind of close. Let me see. How long have I got on my cookie run castle? It's silly. It's only 6 days left. But judging by where the bar is, it looks like it was legitimately like almost 30 days. It's yeah, it's upgrading to I think 14. For 15, you need 100 Aurora items. Oh my gracious. That is obscene. I have 28 million right now. But I could blow all that money on toppings. Toppings are ridiculous in that game. I never realized how important they were until I started trying to like maximize my guild attack. Dude, the guild battles are ridiculous. You have to have like perfect toppings, and it's so expensive, and the RNG is so unfair. It honestly, if I could change one thing about the game, it would be how the toppings work. All right, I think that we could go on another mission, right? But yeah, it's an app. I'm sorry if I'm talking about something that nobody knows. It's Cookie Run Kingdom. It's a free app on the iPhone, and a lot of people in this chat play it. We have a guild, and I gotta say, pretty good guild. We're crawling up the leaderboards. We're all getting strong. But the guild battle has not made it easy for anybody to do well. We're still locked down. Let's go on like one more mission. Maybe one more mission tonight. Baby. We saved little baby. He said, Nice. 4-hour mark. Alert. We've been playing this game for 4 hours. It's addicting. Beware. That gosh darn oops got me into it. Yes. Be careful. Cookie Run is very addicting. What's the guild called? It's called Squirrelies. I think it's full right now, but we might have some inactive members. I could double check. You can always message me or Opes to get into the guild. Opes is my officer. And also, for anybody that's in the guild, I need to like mention this in the Discord, but I would totally be down to let somebody be the decorator. We have lots of decorations, and our guild, like, it's looking pretty sloppy. It's looking pretty sloppy. We need a new decorator. Bonk, bonk. I've been slacking. Oh, they've got a healer. I didn't notice that. You gotta get the one in the white robe first. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, head pat! Marissa, thank you. So cute. Da 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 na na na. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. But yeah, if we have room, I'd love to have y'all in the guild. What game? Oh, it's called Cookie Run Kingdom. It's on iPhone and Android. I think it's best played on an iPad, but I don't have one of those.
iPad big screen. Big screen for big cookie business.
Who said that they had the new legendary? Whoever has the new legendary, have y'all seen all the animations? If you click them enough times in the character selection, then they do a special animation. A special animation, I have never spotted one before. I'm not even sure if there's another one. If you tap it enough times, they disappear and they do something cool. Come one, come all to the Palace of Wonders and Delight, where all that glimmers is gold, guaranteed. Midas's Cave, open 7 days. Oh, new location. They're always unlocking this new stuff. I would love tap on them. Where? Tap on them. Like, you know how you like, they'll do like a little animation, like a little dance or something each time that you touch them. It's in the, it's in like the cookie selection page, but you got to tap them a few times. Nice. We got a new area, and it came with an achievement too. Let's check what that achievement is. The golden touch. Oh, wait, we can't save while we're on the mission. It says find all 5 locations, so that's the last location. Nice. We just unlocked them all. We're getting far in this game. I feel like there's more content in this game if you don't play it with chat. But I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything because it's way more fun to have all y'all with me. But y'all are totally helping me cheese this game. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for the unfair advantage that I have.
Single-player players will never understand.
Oh! Audrey Fox died! No! I mean Otter Fox. Fox is dead! We're already grieving them. R.I.P. We'll miss you forever. Alas, I must clean ye old depression room, but I still listen though. Hey, Chester, thank you for the lurk. Clean up that room. Nice, nice, nice. Get that room looking beautiful. Get it looking beautiful. You deserve a lovely room to come back to. You deserve a cozy space that's nice and clean. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So do I. Sweats. Do a little trimming. Do a little hedge trimming.
This place is a mess. We gotta clean up all these beautiful decorations.
You should clean your room. You could do it right now, Lens, if you wanted to. No pressure, no pressure. I'm just saying. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I think I'm having friends over tomorrow, so maybe I should clean my room too. I don't think they're coming in here though. But yeah, tomorrow, bright and early, we're gonna be streaming. We're gonna be playing Fall Guys like I've already mentioned, but I thought I'd mention it one more time. Fall Guys tomorrow at 12 p.m. CT. So 4 hours sooner than normal. We're gonna be playing with the Totally Human Squad. It'll be a somewhat short stream, so sorry if you miss it. But we should be back on Friday. Should be back on Friday with some more games. Don't know what we're gonna be playing, but it's gonna be good. Who knows? Maybe we'll do another co-stream. It's the Fall Guys is gonna be a mess. Yeah, Salty, are you gonna be there? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't want to say that I was counting on Salty being there, but you know what's better than a follower? A follower shop, because you get free money. You get free money and goodies, and you can save an elephant. You gonna be working? Yeah. No worries, Alchemic. You got a job, my friend. You got the job, my friend. Bonk, bonk, bonk. You gotta save for that New Zealand ticket. That's exciting. It's exciting. Head over to New Zealand. Heck yeah. You'll probably be sleeping through it. No worries, no worries. No worries, no worries. Y'all all got schedules. Y'all are valid individual human beings. And you deserve to have your own time. There's no pressure. No pressure. Bonk, 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 bonk. Free beets. Free beets for dinner. Would anybody like a beet soup? I don't think I've eaten that many beets in my life. Beets taste kind of weird. Your favorite cookie is vampire cookie? Ooh, nice. I've got vampire. I've got one outfit for vampire. At least one. I'd love to get that Blanco one. You'll stream Fall Guys? Yes, I'll stream it. I'll be streaming it. Not sure all who's gonna be streaming it, but we'll have a bunch of people playing. You could still get follower forms here. Maybe they all have to be bought. Oh no, these are the Silk Cradle ones. Okay, I forgot that. That's cute though. Cute though. Yeah, okay. So the other ones are probably all missions, right? Here we go, here we go. Yeah, Vampire Cookie's very cool. I love them. They're also super powerful now. Vampire Cookie is like broken. Broken, they're so good now. They went from somebody that you could only use in guild battles to just like on a lot of teams. Very meta right now. It's open lobby. Yeah. I forgot to mention that. Everybody will be able to play Fall Guys. Everybody can. So if you play that game and you want to play it with us, you are more than welcome. You can totally beat me.
I am not the one. I am not what I once was. Though no longer wise, I am no fool. I know that the end draws near. I can take some comfort in confession. The blame hangs heavy around my neck. I introduce him to ideas of change, for my domain is knowledge, and it is ever evolving. An organic state of being for myself, but for him, most unnatural. Death cannot flow backwards. I was the one who had him chained, forced into subjugation by the four of us. Subjugated as you too shall soon be. Make peace and bow to me, lamb.
Bow to me?
I am the Senate. Kill them. Anakin, kill him. Do it. Execute Order 66.
No, I'll never bow to you. You're not my dad.
A lion in the guise of a lamb. I expect no less from the vessel of the Red Crown. Very well. War is also my domain.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not scared of you. You're a big baby, you big dummy. I'm not scared of nothing. I'm gonna kill you and everybody. Your spiders are nothing compared to my mighty sword.
Oh! Don't touch me, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm untouchable. I cannot be touched. Finally, my flesh has been removed and now I cannot be touched. Whoa, 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 whoa. Doing some spins, doing some dodges. Sick. Some sick movements. Ooh. No touching. Yes. Oh, splendid.
Oh, splendid. Oh, joy. We've killed him. Well done.
What? Not like Kenny does? What'd you just say? You've been practicing duos with Sid, and wow, we do suck at it. It's fun, though. You've only played Fall Guys with Kenny. Let's go, Marissa. We're playing tomorrow. I want to play some more. It's been a while since I played it. What did you just say, Mommy Salty? What'd you say? You said, Salty the Alien, you still have the skills? Not like Kenny does. Yeah, it's not like Kenny does have skills. I agree. That's true, that's true. That's a good defense. It's a good defense. Oh, Sippies, thank you. All right, I took a drink of water. Thank you. Thank you, LSR. I needed that after that voice. That voice is no good for my throat.
But it's worth it. It's worth it for you.
For you, it's all for you. Little Lana Del Rey to brighten your day. I'm in a place where I can know. I'm in a town, what to do. Wham, 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 wham. Man, there's a lot of tough enemies around here. Get rid of that healer. Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't know that they returned. Yes.
Yes, slaughter.
You must slaughter all of them. Remove their bloth. Bluthunder.
Oh, it's a statue. I thought that it was a form.
Worthless. Worthless garbage. Remove it. Destroy it. Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
Oh, well, well, well. What have we got here?
Garbage. 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 They say that they're higher level. More damage. Actually, this isn't the worst thing, right? These hammers are not... Wait. No, they are awful. Man, frick that hammer. I'm not using that. They seek out enemies. I'll take that. I like that. That was cool. Yeah, the Medusa cookie. Yes. It's so cool. It's just like a little tiny thing. I just thought that I'd mention it. I saw it on Reddit. Saw it on Reddit and thought it was cool. That's my favorite cookie. That's my favorite cookie now. I love her. She's so evil looking. She's got some real, like, yandere energy, and I'm so here for it. I wish that she would step on me with that big fin of hers. All right. We trimmed the grass, and now we kick some butt. Trim the grass, kick some butt. What the heck? Oh, I forgot that I switched my attack. Shouldn't have done that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey now, hey now.
Hey now. Hey now.
Oh, good. More options. How slow is this? This is the same hammer. Merciless hammer. I didn't do too bad with the hammer last time. It's just so much better. I guess I'll use it. You put her in the altar thing to raise her level? Oh, nice. Yeah, in the, I forgot what that's called. Whoa, boss. Yeah, this is good for bosses. Not good for like cleaning up areas though. Maybe not good for this boss either. He's kind of quick. He's kind of schmoving. He looks like a Wiggler. Isn't that their name in Mario? Ah, like the little guy that sounds like a train in Sunshine. Choo choo. Yeah, this is an alright weapon. It's like, okay, yeah, get out of here, get out of here. There's too much poison in here. I'll just fire off all my attacks. Just go as quick as possible. I'm losing health. Oh no! I might die. No, I'm not gonna die. Not gonna die. Not today. Not today, Satan. Nice. All right. It's the worm that you pet in Mario Party. Yeah, the little wiggler. Adorable. Easy peasy. I mean, I'm down to a health and a half, but yes.
Look at that baby. Baby spider.
I did not put Medusa cookie into my altar thing because I've got so many cookies in there. It's not good. It's not good. It's so expensive to add slots at this point. I wonder how many I have. I'll take the big gift because I don't know how you get gifts besides stuff like this. Oh, you're at tray 102. Dang. I wonder where I am. I mean, you can see where I am. You probably know better than I do. I will not be finishing the tray this season. I've never made it to the top. I always get like some good progress, but there's always people way ahead. I don't know how Opsty does it. Opes is cheating. I'm convinced.
I don't believe a word that boy says.
Oh no, a bunch of sick people. Oh, there's a bunch of dead people probably. Oh no, I can't even go on missions anymore because there's always somebody dying of old age. Shucks, I wish that there was like a gravedigger role that you could give people, or that there was like some way to prolong how long people live, like a doctrine or something. Because this gets a little bit out of hand pretty quick. Hey, Lily of Norway's back. Thank y'all. Thank you, chat. Well done, well done. It's a cute, gross centipede. That's about right. That's about right. Big long worm. Yes, we need a grave digger, please. Grave job. It's a grave responsibility. Everybody's sick because of the mushrooms. I wish that I could just do like mass bed rest. Oh no, Salty's sick. Go to bed. Go to bed. Oh, everybody needs to go to bed. Could I just give like a permanent bed rest? Everybody go to sleep. Oh my gosh. It's worth it though. It's worth it because it freezes their loyalty. It's so useful. It's worth any amount of inconvenience. Ripsy's sick. Go to bed. They should have an undertaker. Yes, an undertaker. Oh, thank you. I did the wrong face. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you. Do you have an infirmary yet? Yeah, I do have an infirmary. It's right here. I should probably upgrade it, but you have to spend these flowers. I don't know how many I have it. I threw up. Oh wait, hang on. Master Chief, you want to tell me what you were doing in the nurse's office?
I threw up.
I should make that an actual redeem. I love that clip so much. Master Chief.
I threw up.
It's just him like sitting on the bed with his little tiny legs. Lambert. So we just did our last mission.
We did our final mission for the evening. Maybe we shall do just a little bit of house cleaning before we're done. Before we're done and dusted.
Oh yes, we should also, as a reward for everybody that's still here, we're gonna do another raffle. Another raffle in the middle of the night. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, let's go. All right, another opportunity to get into the cult. We need maximum members because everybody keeps dying. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Need more flowers from Darkwood. Yeah, I should go to Darkwood and just harvest a bunch of them. Just do it. Just do some offline grinding. Oi! Raffle, 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 raffle. Anybody interested? This is a great time to get in. There's only 3 participants. You got a 30% chance of getting in. 33.333333. Oh, there's a quick and the dead. Boom.
Hey, Coley Z, welcome in. Nice. Welcome into the cult. Make yourself real cute now. Make yourself adorable. Oi, is that Alex song? Let me see. It's Alex song Carm. Is that Carm? Carm Sofa? Oi. Hello there. Did you watch the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Scooby-Doo, Top Cat, Johnny Quest, Yogi Bear, Huckleberry Hound, Quick Draw McGraw? That's a big question. I've watched a bit of Flintstones, Jetsons, Scooby-Doo, Yogi Bear, and Huckleberry Hound. I haven't heard of all of those.
A little bit of Yogi Bear.
Hey, boo-boo. How about you join this big old cult? We got a cult, and there's free picnic baskets for everybody.
Yogi, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Oh, so cute. Look at your little upside down cross. Look at that little satanic baby. Adorable. Welcome in. You watched a lot of Scrobby Dob? Scooby-Doo's good. Wait. I'm going to say you should worship, but you also need to go to bed, and you also need to dance. I've got a lot of assignments for you if you can't tell. Let's do another raffle. We have 2 people at least. The 2 participants that were just there. Get in here. Ever heard of Hanna-Barbera? Yeah, that's the animation studio that did all them. Hanna-Barbera made like a ridiculous amount of cartoons that were extremely low cost to produce. Their animation methods were like super affordable. So they made like a huge amount of shows. Then they got acquired by Cartoon Network, if I'm not mistaken, which is Warner Brothers. So I think it's all under the same umbrella at this point. I mean, yeah, Universal made that new Scoob movie, right? And it had Dick Dastardly in it. What shows do you know from him? Shoot. I did watch a lot of Boomerang as a kid. I particularly liked Yogi Bear. We also had like a tape that was just like a huge ensemble of Hanna-Barbera, which was called like The Quest for the Golden Nugget. And it had like all of the characters in it. It had like Dick Dastardly. It had a Huckleberry Hound. It had Yogi. It had like everybody. It was very fun. I used to love that when I was a kid. My grandma just had a VHS at her house, and that was like the only thing to watch. That and the DuckTales movie with the genie and the lamp. She had only those two tapes and like one Barney tape, and that was it. So we just watched those like on repeat. Oh, hey, D-Fire, welcome in. Oi. Welcome. Oi. Did you watch Wacky Races in Hong Kong Phooey? I've never heard of those. I did not watch those. D-Fire, make yourself cute. Welcome in. Hey there, boo-boo. How about we get that picnic basket? I'm not very good at that voice, but it's fun. Hey, boo-boo. It sounds like there's something really delicious in that picnic basket. I could smell it.
Yogi, stop stealing everybody's food.
D-Fire, welcome in. Didn't they made a live action movie of Yogi Bear and it looks like a mess. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Oh, I've watched some Rocky and Bullwinkle. I can't remember their voices though. It's been so long. Some friends that we had whenever I was a kid, they had like a huge collection of Rocky and Bullwinkle. And we watched a lot of them, but I cannot remember the voices. I'd have to listen to them. You go to bed.
Go to bed, my sweet friend.
Sleep well. Should we add another person? Oh my gosh, there's so many. You do a decent Bullwinkle if I do say so? Dang. We gotta get Jedi doing a Bullwinkle impression as an introduction whenever you pop up. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I wasn't allowed to watch that. My parents thought that it was evil. I wasn't allowed to watch that or Courage the Cowardly Dog or like, I mean, we didn't have cable, so it's not like I could have watched much of it anyway. But like, yeah, that Ren and Stimpy, like stuff like that, I wasn't allowed to watch it. I did watch some of it, but I wasn't allowed to. Marissa, nighty-night, get some good rest. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you said it's noon, no rest. No rest for the weary. It's noon and you can't avoid doing school with the kids all day. Hey, good luck with the school. Sorry for forgetting that time zones exist. We'll see you later. My life as a teenage robot. I know what that is, but I don't think I ever watched any of it. I think I did. I watched the pilot one time.
The pilot was good. I really love the character design. Character design in that show is muy excelente. Muy excelente. Ren and Stimpy so irritating. Oh, yeah. That's Zoomer humor before Zoomers existed. You're going to have to join the Leaving Gang. Yeah. We're about to end stream. No worries. Aerosim, thanks for chilling this whole time. Trying to sleep. Good. Yeah, I'm about to go grab some supper. I'm just doing some little raffles, and then we're going to be done. Ooh. All right, here comes the raffle. Hey, Marissa's in. Right as they're doing stuff. Oi. Right as you're doing some school, but you're in. If you want to customize your character before you go, you can make yourself real cute now. You don't know what to eat? You might make pizza super early this week. Why is it so hard to sleep? It's hard to sleep because there's so much good stuff to think about. And so much bad stuff to think about. My brain be like, brr, I have to listen to ASMR to go to bed. I don't think I've gone to sleep without listening to YouTube in like maybe a year or something. I have to listen to stuff. I just turn on my phone speaker and go to sleep with whatever I'm listening to. But yeah, it is hard to sleep sometimes because it's like you gotta let go. It's hard to let go. Aha! Welcome in, Marissa. Oi. Such a cute little shark. Natural skeptic. That sounds about right. Sloth. I don't know about that now. HBO Max, they took all the cartoons out. What? No more cartoons? Cartoon. You're so cute. Marissa, thank you for joining. Good luck with the school. A fellow Marine follower. A Marine friend. Leader, I'm in love, but Bone Wolf Connor doesn't know I exist. Would you gather 10 flowers from the dark woods so that I might woo them? Oh my, a blossoming romance. I think I already have them, right? Don't I? Or do I? I think I might have to go get them. Yeah, I have to go collect them. They want them really fresh. Yeah. We'll see you later, Marissa. Oi. Wow. Can you believe it? You just joined the cult and you already got a boyfriend. That's awesome. You said, let me see. I missed something. You should have a Saturday watch cartoon so that you can watch it. I've watched a few episodes of Courage, and man, that show is hilarious. Courage the Cowardly Dog is fantastic. Very funny. Let me see. Your parents didn't know those shows were bad. So I couldn't watch Harry Potter, but I could watch Billy and Mandy as much as I wanted. Nice. Yeah, my parents hated Harry Potter. They hated Harry Potter, so I never watched it, and I never was interested in it. And then I went to Universal, and I was like, dang, now I gotta watch these movies. And I've watched most of them, but they are of variable quality. I don't have any hot takes for Harry Potter. It's just that not all the movies are equal. I mean, they all have different directors. That's kind of to be expected. Have you seen Codename Kid Next Door? I think that's slightly before my time. I'm actually a absolute I call myself a cat boy, but I should probably call myself a kitten boy, because honestly, I have not seen stuff like that. That's a bit before my time, I think. I did get a toy from Burger King from Code Next Door, though. I did get a Burger King toy. Hang on.
You go to bed.
Go to bed. Do. Clean up. Hey, Nessie's doing some cleanup. Nice. You love Courage? You used to have a shirt with Courage on it. Courage is hilarious and extremely dark. I love the naughty episode. It's my favorite. Let me see. I think I missed a message in there somewhere. So sorry. The main Harry Potter actor has admitted that he got tired of the role during one of the movies. What? Which one? I hadn't heard that. Mr. Earl, I have a question. I like to make plushies for my friend's birthday coming up. Can I make her a squirrel plush? Of course. Yes, that sounds adorable. But I do have a requirement, Jester. You have to take a picture of it, though. Sorry, that's a requirement. But yeah, if you want to make something personal with any of the characters, you're more than welcome to. Of course, I mean, nothing commercial, but you're not doing anything commercial. It's fine to make personal stuff. That is very inoffensive. If anything, that's a super big honor. I would love to see it. There's so much junk. There's too much junk. There's too much junk. I'm not getting all this. Okay, we're gonna send Linz to bed.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep, you little rabbit.
You little rabbit. Rabbit troublemaker. All right, sweet. Okay, I think we're gonna call it here. Good. This time I actually saved. A bunch of times, just in case. All right, we saved. Fantastic. Oi, big reminder before the stream's over. Tomorrow, we're going to be streaming bright and early. So please keep that in mind. You can go to the Discord if you want an update. And you can also post a bunch of stuff there. I'd love to see you there. I will have this little reward at the where is it? No, that's the chat. The reward at the bottom of the screen down there. It says reward pending. I think I've got some ideas. Also, go on the Discord so that you can contribute to the tier list that we're going to be making. I'm going to be ranking all the hottest Disney characters, and I would love your input. Not your input as to whether they're hot or not. Just I need to remember all the characters. But yes, we're gonna rate somebody and give some love to another streamer. So let's keep this hype going. And if y'all would join me, we'll find somebody real cool to raid, and we'll make a mess of their chat. It'll be fantastic. We will be, let's see. Oh, Kuri's streaming. Let's raid Kuri. I love Kuri. They're doing video stuff in Disney. Oh my gosh, they're doing the Disney game. Amazing. Wait. They're doing Disney. Okay, fantastic. We should go say hi to Kuri. They're not playing a game right now. They're chilling in Disney Dreamlight. Let's take a look at what Disney Dreamlight's all about, shall we? Why do you have an adoption thing? Oh, I'm up for adoption. That's why. And I just wanted to list my best traits. Thanks for the stream and the fun times. Heck yeah. So much nom. It was so much fun. Thanks for chilling. Thank you everybody so much for all the support. Tonight was crazy. Y'all blew my mind. Y'all absolutely popped off. Goodness gracious. I appreciate it so much. And also, I want to thank everybody that raided too. We had a bunch of raids tonight, and that is such an incredible, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed and happy. Thank y'all so much. We were rated by, let me read off their names. Oh my gosh, so much stuff happened tonight. A-Star rated, P-Frog rated, and we had another raid in there. Yeah. P-Frog, A-Star. Was it just them? I could have swore that we had another one. Dang, but thank y'all so much. And yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Kuri. Go say hi to my friend Kuri. They're a oh, and Music Geekery, of course. I must have scrolled past you. No! I just mentioned you earlier because we had another birthday in the stream. We had Music Geekery. Music Geekery has a birthday today, and so does LVO. Oh my goodness, how dare I? I should be bonked for that. Oi, Music Geekery. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your birthday. It's getting late. I'm surprised that you did a 12-hour stream and you're still around. Sheesh, you got some strong constitution. But oh yes, we're gonna be raiding Kuri. They're a super sweet person. I've met them IRL. They're just amazing. I love both of them. I got to go to their wedding. Kuri is so much fun and is so silly and is just the best people. Just the best people ever. Some of the most, just one of the most nice people that I've ever met. They're just adorable. They're just an adorable, just incredible human being. So we should go give them some love. They're playing around at Disney Dreamlight. So if you want to chill with them and just hang out, then you are more than welcome to join us. We're just gonna say, we should come up with a message. I'm gonna say, let's see, it's Kuri, so I can basically send any message that I want. Let's see, what kind of cursed message could we have? They had a wedding. Yes, they had a wedding, and it was so beautiful. It was my first time going to Vegas. I got to go with my boyfriend, and he was nudging me the whole time, like, when are we getting married? Just kidding. He wouldn't do that to me. We're gonna go. I think we'll just do, let's see. We could say like, what's some Kuri lore? We could raid and just say show feet with a bunch of hearts. No, that's horrible. What can we say? Julie! Oh yes! Perfect. Kuri lore. Julie! Psst, 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 psst. Yeah. We could say psst, 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 psst. And then I'll put that in all caps. Julie.
Perfect. Yes, yes, yes. This is an amazing message. Well done, Linz. And then I'll double it to make it even more obnoxious. You know what? If you're not making a mess of people's chat, what's the point of raiding? That's what I always say. Okay, sorry. I'm almost ready. There we go. Perfect. That should be suitably a mess. Oi, everybody, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. I love y'all all. I'll be back tomorrow, bright and early. Hope to see you then. And then I'll be back the very next day playing some games. Thanks so much for all that y'all have done. Thanks for all that y'all do. Take care of yourselves. Know that there's a crazy little Texas cowboy that cares about you a whole bunch. So take care of yourselves and get some good sleep, get some good food, and, remember to be real thoughtful of yourself, all right? Do something for yourself. Just treat yourself like you're one of your friends, all right? I don't think that y'all are treating yourselves quite good enough. Not good enough for my taste. So treat yourselves like I would treat you if I were there. It's really complicated, but I know that you can think of things like that. I know that your brain can handle it. All right, now let's pass on the love to Kuri, and y'all have a wonderful evening. Let's go, 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 go. Make sure to spam their chat and make a mess. Say hi from the Earl. Oi, oi. All right, here we go. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. Whoopee. Yeah, 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 yeah.